trust the Democratic Labour Party. To serve the people, serve the people, serve the people, work for the people. Serve the people, serve the people, serve the people. We going with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP, DLP for all of we. We going with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP, DLP for all of we. DLP, we voting DLP, DLP, we voting DLP. Two Barbados is where the business live, so something got to give. Vote the Democratic Labour Party. The rich and the poor will put the same door of opportunity with the Democratic Labour Party. As we serve the people, serve the people, serve the people, work for the people. Serve the people, serve the people, serve the people. We going with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP, DLP for all of we. We going with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP, DLP for all of we. DLP, we voting DLP, DLP, we voting DLP.
And we have a moment in time when we face the prospect of thousands of our citizens being sick at one time. That, if you think, was pressure for our health system under Delta, what I heard tonight suggests its collapse is imminent. And in the midst of that, the disrespect to nurses. 1 year, we are told to stand up and clap for them. A glowing coin, but you can't find enough of them coins to pay them when the month come. And I had a look at the proposals from the nurses, and I confess I couldn't find anything wrong with them, except perhaps whether or not the country could afford it all at one time. But the answer to that has to be a phased approach, not to come out and cuss them, treat them like little children, snatch away the money.
I am a little confused here because there's a Minister of Information and Public Affairs. So what does he do? I am a student of history. And all fascist dictators established a Ministry of Information. Stalin did it in Russia. Hitler did it in Germany. Franco did it in Spain. Mussolini did it in Italy. Mao Zedong did it in China. Pinochet did it in Chile. Juan Perón did it in Argentina. Candidacy of Japan did it. Vargas did it in Brazil. And Antonescu in Romania did it. Salazar in Portugal did it. I'm just trying to show you some facts. Pray tell me what a Minister of Information does. Is he a Minister of Propaganda? Does he say what you should hear and you should not hear? And what you should see and what you should not see? Bajans, wake up. The Government Information Service are public officers. They are supposed to be impartial, representing your interests. A Minister of Information is a politician. It is a politician. And as a result, he has one singular focus: to take information and use that in the interest of your political party, not in your interests.
If you look at the resurfacing of the runway, again, the Democratic Labour Party project. The automatic passport kiosk, Democratic Labour Party, again. The expansion of the air-sea transfer terminal. And that's important because we could not have handled the COVID screening if it wasn't for that facility. And that was built at the airport under the Democratic Labour Party. Expansion of the duty-free operations at the airport. And this is interesting because the board, under the direction of the cabinet that I was a part of, had said, bring another operator and then you would have 2 people at inbound duty-free. But this government, in its wisdom, said to Cave Shepherd, no, double the size of yours. So that, again, this one player getting all the benefit. So you see the common thread here. And that is the airport and seaport, but we could easily talk about the Best DeSantis lab as well in the Ministry of Health again. Everything that was done at the airport and the seaport, everything had its genesis in our time. And I mean that. The expansion of birthing facilities, Democratic Labour Party government. The building of the new building, the admin building, Democratic Labour Party. the trust fund, the pension fund financed that. The new equipment, the Democratic Labour Party again. You can go down the whole list of everything in the seaport, the new berths for yachts in the inner basin of the Careenage, as well as the shallow draft, all done by the Democratic Labour Party. If you go up to the airport as well, everything up there. I could even go through the list. The expansion of the terminal, which by the way hasn't started yet. The regional airline lounge also hasn't started yet. The new air traffic control tower, all those plans were left there. The closure of the Concorde Experience, I don't understand that. Last 2 years, it's been closed. But you can go through everything that has happened, and it started under the Democratic Labour Party.
A very good evening to you on this Sunday, 9th January 2022. We're from Haggett Hall in the parish of St. Michael in the wonderful Isle of Barbados. The president of the Democratic Labour Party, Ms. Verla DePeiza, its executives, and those contesting the seats in the upcoming general elections of January 19 warmly welcome you to the showcase of Team 2022. This evening's presentation is being carried live via Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. And the broadcast is available within the environs on FM 93.9. Wherever you are, we implore you to continue to follow all COVID protocols to protect yourself and your loved ones, particularly as we move towards restoring our island to one Barbados. As a preview to this evening's presentation, I can tell you that in the first segment of the presentation, there will be entertainment, both secular and gospel. the presentation of candidates, and the featured speakers, among them Dr. Ronnie Yearwood, Pedro Shepherd, Ryan Walters, Courie Cox, Richard Seeley, Michael Lashley, and the President, Miss Verla DePeiza. This evening's proceedings will also have as their Masters of Ceremonies, Nicholas Alleyne and Rennette Dimmott. But now, to give thanks for this occasion of the showcase of Team 2022, and to invite the blessings over the meeting and all of Barbados, here is Miss Paula Harris to lead us in prayer.
Let us pray. Father God, we honor you and we worship you. We glorify you for all you have done for us, even as we acknowledge our failures as human beings. May your Holy Spirit come and descend on each candidate here today. We ask you to cover them and to protect us all. Heavenly Father, as we prepare for the upcoming general election, we pray for our country, Barbados, that our fair land returns to being one Barbados. We pray for our leader, Verla DePeiza, and all 11 candidates of the Democratic Labour Party, as they seek to become members of Parliament and to offer genuine, sincere representation to their constituents. Dear God, guide them and show them the way forward and to give of their best. Father, grant them the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding necessary to fulfill their deeds. Father, we ask you to bless their lips as they speak and to keep their hearts pure and true. Dear God, allow them to become together as one mind in their decision-making and to be fearless but humble. Proverbs chapter 11, verse 14 reminds us, where there is no guidance, the people fall. But in the abundance of counselors, there is victory. Let there be victory. Father, pour out your blessings tonight on Barbados, the leader, and our candidates. Make this nation one and make us one. This we pray in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Pollard. And preceding the main event this evening at Haggett Hall, where the Democratic Labour Party is making its showcase of candidates of Team 2022. And long before we get to the main event, it is time for a bit of entertainment. And to show you the way of our young and exciting artists, we start this evening with a young man who simply goes by the name Wreck on drums.
Hey, rock and drums, funny thing. Get ready to wine and get down, girl. Hey, oh na 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 yeah. See where how you wine, see where how you ride, see where how you shake a bumper and blow my mind. See where how you wine, see where how you ride, see where how you shake a bumper and blow my mind. Well, get ready to wine now. You wine to the wrong. You wine to the wrong and you turn it around, girl. You dance, real sweet. The most complete and your body unique, girl. You wine to the wrong. You wine to the wrong and you turn it around, girl. You dance, real sweet. The most complete and your baby girl. Let me tell you something sweet. Girl, I just wanna take a wine, baby. Seeing you happy is what pleases me. And girl, I really hope you cherish me. See where how you wine, see where how you ride, see where how you shake a bumper and blow my mind. See where how you wine, see where how you ride, see where how you shake a bumper and blow my mind. But get ready to wine now. You wine to the wrong, you wine to the wrong and you turn it around, girl. You dance, real sweet, your moves complete and your body unique, girl. You wine to the wrong, you wine to the wrong and you turn it around, girl. You dance, real sweet, your moves complete and your body unique, girl. Girl, the way you wine on me, baby, you're giving me the heels. I can't take this pressure, but I got to stand up and give you all of me. From you coming at the bed, I can't keep my eyes off of you. You'll be a sign of fire, can you take me high? I want another dose of you. I want another dose of you. I want another dose, girl. Dancing on me, yeah. You get ready, walk it the wine. See where how you ride, see The way how you shake a bumper and blow my mind. The way how you whine, the way how you ride, the way how you shake a bumper and blow my mind. But get ready to wine now. You wine to the ground, wine to the ground and just let it around. You dance real sweet, your moves complete and your body unique, girl. You wine to the ground, you wine to the ground and just let it around, girl. You dance real sweet, your moves complete and your body unique, girl. You say your body unique, girl. You say your body unique, girl. Put that thing on me, yeah. You get ready, you want to wine. The way how you ride, the way how you shake a bumper and blow my mind. The way how you whine, the way how you ride, the way how you shake a bumper and blow my mind. But get ready to wine now. You wine to the ground, you wine to the ground and you turn it around, girl. You dance real sweet, your moves complete and your body unique, girl. You wine to the ground, you wine to the ground and you turn it around, girl. You dance real sweet, your moves complete and your body unique, girl. Hey, yeah, ooh, yeah.
In its commitment to exposing new talent and developing the arts, the Democratic Labour Party, in addition to showcasing its leadership, also shares the spotlight with those young entertainers, the first of which performed this evening. Let's hear it once again for Wreck on drums. There's still more entertainment to come this evening. In fact, for his crafty lyrics, he's grabbed the attention of thousands here at home and abroad, leading to national awards and acclaim. Literally a true statement. Yes, indeed, Mr. Nigel Barnett is statement himself. And to make such a statement, we welcome him on stage as we continue with our showcase of Team 2022. Here comes Statement.
You know, baby, I'm just your hero. Got some candy. Everybody feeling good? Got some champagne and ice. You know, the only thing I'm missing right now, baby, is for you to be right here by my side. So, before you hang up the phone, baby, there's something I want to say to you. I miss the way you run your fingers all through my hair. And I miss hearing you whisper those sweet words into my ear. When outside is cold, I miss the way how you keep me warm. Darling, you really turn me on. So if I can't be with you tonight, I don't need nobody else. Oh no, if I can't be with you tonight, I don't need nobody else. Oh no, girl, in my heart for you I have created a special place. A place so beautiful like heaven, only God could make. The warmth of your heart, your touch, your spot, I do adore. Darling, I really love you more. So if I can't be with you tonight, I don't need nobody else. Oh no, if I can't be with you tonight, I don't need nobody else. Oh no, so I say, come on over. For your loving, I am yearning. Come on over. Like a fire, I am burning. Come on over. For your loving, I am yearning. Like a fire, I am burning. I don't need nobody else. Oh no, if I can't be with you tonight, I don't need nobody else. I remember all those nights with my baby when we're together. I always thought that any storm
Thank you. The light is directly in my eyes, so you can't really see. Don't mind. It makes all of it. Yeah. Run the next track, please. I want to get outside.
I want to get outside. I'm tired of this here for once. Oh, Lordy, Lordy, Lord. Yes, I understand your need, but I'm fed up of quarantine. I want to party. Oh, Lord. Yes, I see what is happening, but after I want to be in, I want to party. Oh, Lord. Yes, I want to fest. I wanna line, drink with me friends, and have a time. I wanna party, oh Lord. Yeah. Yes, I wanna fit, I wanna line, drink with me friends, and have a time. I wanna party, oh Lord. I'm in the boat right now, and the bacchanal, risk everything about the festival. I wanna get inside the buffet and be here, man. I miss life with friends and family. Why me burger that I never see? I miss the all-inclusive and breakfast parties, Lord. Yes, I understand your need, but I'm fed up of quarantine. I wanna party, oh Lord. Yes, I see what is happening, but after I wanna be in, I wanna party, oh Lord. Yes, I wanna fest, I wanna line, drink with me friends, and have a time. I wanna party, oh Lord. Yes, I wanna fest, I wanna line, drink with me friends, and have a time. I wanna party. Everybody feel wet when it's wet and rain. And if I lose my shoe, fix the alcohol to blame. I mean the true fair fight and that's for sure. Sunrise and still we don't want to go. In the after party, come, there we go. Yes, I understand your need, but I'm fed up of quarantine. I wanna party, oh Lord. Yes, I see what is happening, but after I wanna be in, I wanna party, oh Lord. Yes, I wanna fest, I wanna line, drink with me friends, and have a time. I wanna party, oh Lord. Yes, I wanna fest, I wanna line, drink with me friends, and have a time. I wanna party, oh Lord. Then if I don't walk, no bother me. But if I can't fest, it's a bother me. And if I can't line, it's a bother me. It's a bother me, oh, it's a bother me. Then if I don't walk, no bother me. But if I can't fest, it's a bother me. And if I can't line, it's a bother me. Yes, I understand your need, but I'm fed up of quarantine. I wanna party, oh Lord. Yes, I see what is happening, but after I wanna be in, I wanna party, oh Lord. Yes, I wanna fest, I wanna line, drink with me friends, and have a time. I wanna party, oh Lord. Yes, I wanna fest, I wanna line, drink with me friends, and have a time. I wanna party. Yes, I understand your need. I wanna party, oh Lord. Yes, I see what is happening, but I wanna party, oh Lord. Yes, I wanna fest, I wanna line, drink with me friends, and have a time. I wanna, I try on the house. Thank you. Yes, I wanna fest, I wanna line, drink with me friends, and have a time. I wanna party.
Speaking of parties, the Democratic Labour Party is proud this evening to have its showcase of Team 2022. And before they come on stage, the entertainment, this time around from Nigel Barnett. Statement, let's say it once again. We are just about 30 minutes in the countdown until the presentation of our candidates. And speaking of candidates, all the candidates this evening, we're inviting you to assemble as you look to the stage to the left of the stage. As you're looking to the stage to the left of the stage, in other words, closest to the Buster statue on that side, we want you to assemble there as we make preparation for your eventual presentation here at Haggett Hall. Remember, this evening, all of the action is coming live via Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. And the broadcast can be heard on FM in the environs on station 93.9. Speaking of stations, one performer who has enjoyed airplay across the island is an individual who responds to the question, how does it feel to be getting enough for it? The simple response is, I'm counting my blessings. With appearances at the National Entertainment Arenas of Barbados and at venues such as Mahalia's Corner, it's time to welcome on stage the one known to one and all as Mo.
Incredible. Get up, no lie.
Who's the almighty? Oh, yeah.
How she bubbling, how she burning, how she running, how she twisting. Girl and over. All the people in the club start falling. She said, I want jiggle. She walks and wiggle. She clutch and wiggle. Turn rock and wiggle. Tick tock and jiggle. Push back and wiggle. Look back, girl up. One off one next, the woman walking as a city man that can't best. The sexy, bang down girl, impress me now.
The short and sweet, and I like that. Does it tell us when it be, I know you like that. Prove to me that she physically put her, she bend over, bubble like even.
You go box, tick-tock, go bring your head, show me what you got. One slow now, all stop. Girl, like you make me grab a lemon. She walks and wiggle, she clutch and wiggle. Turn rock and wiggle, tick tock and jiggle. Push back and wiggle, look back, girl up.
She up and down all up on she knees. I say clean, I say excuse me please. All of a sudden all the whole go freeze. And when she out like a using for freeze.
She was soft and she beat it was one of the nigga. Thought she like that working, I didn't sell from her to the ceiling. House body go, twerk out, big there, turn it around like go.
When she start to twerk, she get a adjust, look like a look. She boost up, she got me hot, like Facebook. Oh gosh, she make the people start to hollering.
She walks and wiggle, she clutch and wiggle. Turn rock and wiggle, tick tock and jiggle. Push back and wiggle, look back, girl up. Woo, next shot. DJ, stop that track a minute. DJ, stop the track a minute. Pause it, stop it. Good night to everybody. The light in my eyes, but I can still see properly. I got that 2021 vision, not even 2020. I can see good, man. I can see real good. You alright? No, what I know is that time again. Hence why we are here. Right? So, growing up, my mother always used to tell me, never let your right hand know what your left hand is doing. When I agree. So tonight, the other side know what we dealing with. You see? So we gonna learn some codes to speaking. That maybe in public, you might butt somebody from the other side. You can't talk direct, but you want to talk in code. You know what I mean? You talk in a little code. So I got some codes to teach you tonight that because, I make up a code named chirping. Okay? But I want one to help me. I can teach one of it, right? So this is what I can say. I can say, girl, I don't know about you, but one thing I know, chirping for the birds. I want one to say, I tell you, chirping for the birds. Wanna understand? All right, wait, let me try it. Girl, I don't know about you, but one thing I know, chirping for the birds. I tell you, I don't know about you, but one thing I know, chirping for the birds. I tell you, dami na yok side the window, dami na yok side the door, and dami we keeping it low key, dami the bees can't know. Wanna go take? Let me try it with the rhythm. Come DJ, give me it. Well, alright. And let's go like this. Girl, I don't know about you, but one thing I know, chirping for the birds. I tell you, I don't know about you. But one thing I know, Chirping for the birds. I tell you. Now me na yok say your ring. Now me na yok say your door. Now me be keeping it low key. Now me the beast can know. Now me the Thames come back. Don't mess up the bird job. Dark ain't say the next guy. I meet me in the back. So play buddy with the bite of the cockatoo. Show me what the birdie can do. Press your big up on the bamboo. I voted for you cause I don't know about you. But one thing I know, Chirping. I tell you, girl, I don't know about you. But one thing I, Chirping. I tell you, I need to stop it. Would you like it? All right, they want soon to get the memo. We got the memo. We know the codes and everything and things. So, you know, you say that. Cuckoo! Chirping is for the birds. Cuckoo! Next track, DJ.
Sister.
Well. I get them. Well. I get the daddy know now. Hey, check it up and I breathe. Hey, check it up and I breathe. Hey, quick that breathe. Girl, I want you to breathe. Hey. So back it up for me, baby. I love you today. A stack of tools, right now in the day. Bird of boy, like a lot of them. You are the let's go, you fight chicken. Got ease for me, anything you want to say. I see the bird is done, for me to do the chilling. You got your mama, it's not that you let us see your heart and your hand. Just find that it up and I breathe. That it up and I breathe. Quick, like that breathe. I can live for you to breathe. If you see me around. That's right. Like cranberry, sweet you was a raw little box, and a big angel that can't knock. You could live all over the yacht. I can't don't care, you can't give me props. Every time that you slide the hawk, you be your mama like water in a box. Make up with Frankie, and let me impress off you, cause you talking a lot.
Tall girls, short girls, slim girl, hard to keep. Anyone can get the beat. Nancy to the all the evil, Baba me and let me feel really. You want friends and go back, believe. Take the open up silly. Over by the edge, walk on your head. Start to work and work for me, very yes. But, let me walk up. But, let me walk up. But. Lord have mercy. I said let me walk up. But, let me walk up. But, let me walk up. But. Don't say no more. I let me walk up. But, Dimmy, walk up. But, let my road, let me walk up. But, Dimmy, walk up. But, yeah, but it's let me walk up. But, Dimmy, walk up. But, let my road, let me walk up. But, I'm like crazy. You really want more. When you take the link, you're from morning. I have your life, I saw it. We are boosting and harding. We dancing and crawling. But I know they don't talk it. I push it in and she hold it. Girl, you sweet like, oh, yeah. I let me walk up. But, let me walk up. But, let me walk up. But, Lord have mercy. Let me walk up. But, let me walk up. But, let me walk up. But, let me walk up. Dimmy, walk up. Let my road, let me walk up. Dimmy, walk up. Yeah, but it's let me walk up. Dimmy, walk up. Let my road, let me walk up. I'm like cranberry. Thank you, like cranberry. Like cranberry. Like cranberry. Oh no, be cranberry.
Yeah, there's.
For Marzville. Linda.
Breathing love and entertainment in the showcase of Team 2022. Mole working on this new release, Chirping. You can't let the other side know everything. No. Give it up once again for Mole. You know, long before there was bashment soca, Barbados' pioneering entertainers showcased their art in the hotel sector. While on the local dancehall scenes, the genre of spooge was rising. Something that the grandfather of the next performer knew well in his day. In fact, his grandfather's genes are so strong they seem to have been passed along, because wherever his grandson appears, whether in England, the United States, or anywhere in the Caribbean, this young man has been electrifying audiences. His Give It To You has spawned hits across the world, with audiences clamoring for more. Whether on video or on radio or live on stage, the world is asking for Marzville!
Come right on the thing. Real bad gal better right on the thing. Sit down and bubble and right on the thing. All of the gal better right on the thing. Then you sit down on the thing. Just want to see every gal bubbling. Jamaica naturally be a John Jones in. Let me introduce you to the roughness king. Why you right on the thing, gal right on the talkie, gal right on the thing, and adjust it. Talk why you right on the thing, gal right on the talkie, and right on the thing, and adjust. How about you right on the ticky. Right on the ticky. Yo, I miss 5, 10, 15, 20 times a week. She said that too plenty. 5, 10, 15, 20 times a week. She said 5, 10, 15, 20 times a week. She said that's not healthy. 5, 10, 15, 20 more and more. She said she love work too much. Mount up outside. Give me the next song, DJ. No waste time. Here we go. Roughness. Yo. Yes, sweet. Give me that, yes, sweet. Give me that, yes, sweet. Hey, I wanna get inside it. I put the shower in me. I got sweetness to roll. I wanna jump in me. I just walk up in me. Because girl, you're sweet to roll. So put the pressure on me. The way you want, you know when I take you away. Hey, easy me on those bitch I call it. You are nothing but sweetness, darling. Honey, when you're young, girl, I want it. Give me the wickedest up and I'm talking. Just pick it, girl, let me start it. I got this sick chicken stick. Start to wind up. I give it that. I give it that. Look, nothing but sweetness fire. I give it that. Look, nothing but sweetness fire. How I do? How I get to what you want to do? How big I got? How I do? How I get to anything you want to do? My girl, I say, girl. How I do? How I get to what you want to do? How big I got? How I do? How I get to what you want to do? You're too sweet, girl. You're making men go mad. Hey, so when you're fine, girl, you're making men go mad. How you think it's just now I want it? Give me the wickedest one, the long talking. Just bring it to me, let me start it. How about these 6 chickens thing? Hey, next track. Whoa. Hey, yo, roughness. I say give it to them, good. I want give it to ya. Hey, I want give it to ya. Hey, I want give it to ya. Hey, I want give it to ya. I want give it to ya, baby. I want give it to ya, honey. I want give it to ya, sweetheart. I want give it to ya. Make you wine it, heavy up. Like a pump in a overcup. Wine it, sweet. I want to hear everybody sing, you know. Come give me some. Pump the ball like a band you got. Pump the stick like a overtop. We connection, bring it on, DJ. Come give me some. Everybody know. Oh, day, cause she gets in on, cause she in a heat. She want any pressure on. Sing this up. Turn it on. Hey. Oh, day, cause she gets in on, cause she in a heat. She want to jump in the round. Oh, gosh, oh, gosh. Jump in the right spot. Start to work ya. I want to give it to ya. Hey, I want to give it to ya. Hey, I want to give it to ya. Hey, I want to give it to ya. No, I want to give it to ya, baby. I want to give it to ya, honey. I want to give it to ya. I want to give it to ya. I want you balance, dip. I want you hook it up, 6, 6, 6, girl. I want you balance, I want to give it to you.
DJ, give me that final one. Give me that final one, DJ. Here we go!
Something is music.
Wind your ears, wind your ears, wind your ears, I wanna wind up your ears. Wind your ears, wind your ears, wind your ears, I wanna wind up your ears. Now, how can they ears? How can they ears? How can they give ears? How can they ears? How can they ears? How can they? Oh, my God. All I want is walk it up, no give me. From the time she stepping in the bed, I can tell you that she want. The way she whine, I can't bring down no last, I tell you she want. The way she look into my eyes, I can tell you that she want. The way she whine, I can't bring down no last, I tell you she want. Oh, my Lord. All I want is walk it up, don't give me. Give me the homie. Give me what you got for me. Give me what you got for me. Give me what you got for me. Anything is better, man. Give me what you got for me. Give me what you got for me. Give me what you got for me. Anything. Oh, my God. All I want is thank you, thank you. She want.
That's the exciting man we know as Marzville with the hits of past years and with a glimpse of what's to come still. Marzville showcase right here on our showcase of Team 2022. You're part of the making of history on this Sunday, 9th January 2022. We're from Haggett Hall in the parish of St. Michael on the island of Barbados. The president of the Democratic Labour Party, Ms. Verla DePeiza, its executive, and of course the contestants in the seats in the upcoming general elections are welcoming you to our presentation. The proceedings can be followed on Facebook, Instagram, and on YouTube, and on 93.9 FM once you're at the environs of the Haggett Hall presentation area. A little later on tonight, we'll have the presentation of candidates contesting seats in all 30 of the constituencies in Barbados. And following that, you'll be hearing from the likes of Pedro Shepherd, Ryan Walters, Ronnie Yearwood, Courie Cox, Michael Lashley, Richard Seeley, and the president of the Democratic Labour Party, Ms. Verla DePeiza. Even as we're gathered here this evening, we ask you to observe the protocols related to COVID, maintain your social distancing, wear your masks properly, and whenever possible, you can continue to sanitize and make absolutely certain that just as the Democratic Labour Party has the welfare of every citizen of this country at heart, that you too take precaution and make certain to look after those that you love by being safe at all times. This is a call, once again, for all of the candidates to assemble to the left of stage. If you're looking at the stage, we want you to assemble to the left of stage as we continue in the countdown to the presentation of the candidates for the general elections of July 19. January 19. I see that you are anxious and you're ready to go to the polls already. If you're ready to vote DLP, say yeah! Ring the bell, ring the bell, ring the bell! Make some noise, blow the horns! For persons who may be watching all the activities, yes, there are cars parked in the car park areas on this side and on that as well. And for everyone within hearing of the voice, they know that the occasion is now. The time is drawing nearer. The blue, the gold, the black, the definition of Barbados. One Barbados, it's happening right here. And happening on stage. Entertainers known with Square One and Soca Cartel, they set the stage alight. And to do the same tonight, welcome Mikey and Blood.
Who is it?
It's the plumber. I've come to fix this thing.
I want to see everybody put your hands in the air right now. Everybody do like this. Raise your back and hands. Answer this, looking for a slum. Now we say, yeah. I went for the job, I wanted a work. She want to buy more, so I took a look. Hey! Pull it out and turn it around. 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 So I turn it around and I push it back in. Turn it around and I push it back in. I said I turn it around and push it back in. Turn it around and push it back in. Sing, boy, he was a running boy. He was a running boy. He was a running boy. He was a running. Everybody, push your hands in the air. I wanna hear you say. I wanna hear you. When she turn it on, it's not vibrating. Now hold some noise, the vibe starts making. What you say? I'm pushing her, pull till I start to sweat. You will finish yet, she don't give me. And when she walking up, pull it out and turn it around. 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 So I turn it around and I push it back in. Turn it around and I push it back in. Turn it around and I push it back in. I said I push it and I push it and I push it and I push it and boy, he was a set. He was a running. He was a running boy. He was a running. Push your hands in the air. I wanna hear you say. I wanna hear you say. Come, louder than that. Louder than that. Louder than that. Well, alright. Finally it came out. She started to shout. If you hear the words coming from she mouth. Won't you hurry up and push it back? Can't you see the water is still running? Hey! Pull it out and turn it around. 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 So I turn it around and I push it back in. Turn it around and I push it back in. Turn it around and I push it back in. I said I push it and I push it and I push it and I push it and boy, he was a boy. I wonder if you remember the next one. DJ, give me the next one. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Where is that cat anyway? Come from it. Hey, get the cat, get the cat. Get the cat, get the cat. Get the cat, get the cat. Sing it with me. Get the cat. Somebody get the cat. Get away and they causing havoc. Somebody get the cat. Get away and they running amok. Somebody get the cat. Get away and they behaving bad. Somebody get the cat. Get a, you know how to do dance, what man? You want me to hold it down when you get the cat. You must hold it down. Get the cat. You hold it down when you get the cat. When I hold it down. Get the cat. Hold it down when you get the cat. When I hold it down. Get the cat. Hold it down when you get the cat. Let me see you right now. Look, attack it from the front. Hey, attack it from the back. Attack it from the front. Attack it from the back. Attack it from the front. Attack it from the back. Attack it from the front. Attack it from the back. Somebody get the cat. Get away and they drinking the milk. Somebody get the cat. Get away and they tear up the silk. Somebody get the cat. Get away from some bloody daughter. Somebody get the cat. Get away and this green mother. They want me to hold it down. Get the cat. Hold it down. Get the cat. Hold it down. Get the cat. They tell me hold it down. Get the cat. Hold it down. When you get the cat, you must hold it down. Get the cat. Hold it. I want you to see you put it up in the air like this. Come on, start to play from left to right, left to right, left to right. Wave your hand up, left to right, left to right, left to right. Everyone, DJ, pull on. Well, you heard the MC introduce two guys. I am only one of them. The other one is the reigning, that's right, still the reigning soca monarch. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Make some noise for the other half of Soca Cartel, Mikey! Yo! How you doing? Push your hands in the air. We're running for the jumping up on the highway. Having fun while we're younger, we enjoy it, I drink it till I get tipsy. I'm not winding up like a gypsy. Having fun while we're young, cause this is how I enjoy my life. Yes, yes, this is how I enjoy my life. Yeah, yes, this is how I enjoy it. The atmosphere is crazy, the
atmosphere is high. So drunk I can't see clearly, but nothing can spoil midnight. Don't try to stop me, I'm going there for sight. Don't tell me to take it easy, this is how I enjoy. Cause we celebrate it, celebrate it, celebrate it. This is how I enjoy my life. Cause we celebrate it, celebrate it, celebrate it. This is how I enjoy it. When I hold on, drink it, when I jump in, I will it, when I wild and I will it. This is how I enjoy it. When I hold on, drink it, when I jump in, I will it, when I wild and I will it. This is how I enjoy it. Let's go. I want to see you put 2 hands up in the air. Ladies, oh yeah. I want to keep you company. Oh yeah. Come and put the thing on me. You want it? Come and give me that. Come give me that. Give me that. Come give me that. Give me that. Come give me that. I'm on the knees on the tennis section. Come give me that. Give me that. Come give me that. Give me that. Come give me that. Give me that. I can't believe it. There's no woman in this session, but you holding my attention alone. I know you feel it. You feeling the connection. I see it in your expression. Listen to my suggestion. I want to keep you company. Me. Give me one, give me one, come and give me that, come give me that, give me that, come give me that, give me that, come give me that. I'm on the knees of the next section, come give me that, give me that, come give me that, give me that, come give me that, give me that. Next tune, come. Courie jump up. Hey, 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 hey. If you're feeling good tonight, I want everybody to put 2 hands up in the air. Come! 4 times in the air. Let me see my boss. Long time I didn't see me out together. So it's we time of year. Time up and party. Drink and jump somebody. You don't know. Come on, to my team. Be the partial. When they come to bed, we not normal. Please the vibes, 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 vibes. Bring up the libation. Let me help out this situation. It's vibes. If you know it, push your 2 hands up in the air. Sing out. I want big fancy family. Come join me and see. We are one big fancy family. Cause we don't drink and we don't jump. All together like family. So come let me drink. Let me jump together. Show me some energy right now. 24 sitting back. Everybody put your hands up. Hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up, hands up. Good. 4 times in the air. Let us see my bosses. Come let me show them how to shell this bed. Don't stand up and stare. Come along and join in. Drink a drink and put a smile across your face. Every line, every party we keep the bed kicking like karate. Cause we the vibes, 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 vibes. So bartender, the ligation, try to hype up this situation. Cause it's vibes. 50 seconds, come to the drink now. I want big fancy family. Come join me and see. We are one big fancy family. Cause we don't drink together, and we don't jump together, all together like family. So come let me drink together, come let me jump together, all together like family. Everybody right now, let me see you. Jump over, jump over, jump over. DJ, Jude, let it go. Jump up, jump up. I wanna see you jump up.
say, put the music from the big drum. That was people get on. The foot was getting on. They had me jumping on. They started from the head down. The waist and then the bum. I couldn't stand it once one. Show me that song. They put on fire. They put on fire. They put on fire. Put something in the air right now. Start jumping. Jump on. Jump on. Jump on. One more time with the feet. One more time with the feet. Jump on. Hey. They put on fire. We put on fire. We put on fire. Ready for the next one? DJ, run the next one. The next one. Everybody say jump in. Put your hand in the air. Fire. Hey. I wanna see you put your hands up and roll that body. I wanna see you hands up and roll that body. Everybody hands up and roll that body. I wanna see you hands up and roll that body. Show me the thing right now. Come. Hands on the head and roll it. Hands on the waist and roll it. Hands on the knees and roll it. Hands on the head and roll it. Hands on the waist and roll it. Hands on the knees and roll it. Don't tell it. This time you get come back. You've been waiting for one. So I can't tell you about. Here we want them big tune. Let's make me lose my mind. Jump and wave in that costume. And shaking a waistline. So this one is for the ladies. This one is for the girl. This one is for the women who is right now on your top man. This is the time to roll it. This is the time to wine. All of the sexy ladies come together. Come on, wine and put your hands up and roll that party. Come let me see your hands up and roll that party. Come on and see your hands up and roll that party. Come let me see your hands up and roll that party. Hands on the head, hands on the waist, hands on the knees, hands on the head, hands on the imagine if the whole year that we waiting for this. We working out and sweating, waiting for a compass. Never getting a corner, center stage is for me. Spending, pushing out up like for the whole man's feet. So are you looking for the girl who got talent to show? Are you looking for the girl who jumble up and make it home? If you're better than ready, working up in the gym. I come to the source of God, so everybody join in and put your hands up and roll that party. Let me see your hands up and roll that party. I wanna see your hands up and roll that party. Come let me see your hands up and roll that party. Yeah, let's go. Hands on the head, hands on the waist, hands on the knees. Hold your ankles on. Hands on the head, hands on the waist, hands on the knees. Let me see who's fit right now. Who's fit? Who's fit? Get ready to go down. Get ready to go down. Down to the ground, come on. Go down, 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 go down. You gotta stay down, girl. I wanna see you put your hands up and roll that party. Let me see your hands up and roll that party. I wanna see your hands up and roll that party. Hands up and roll that party. One more time. Hands on the head and roll it. Hands on the waist and roll it. Hands on the knees and roll it. Hold your ankles and roll it. Hands on the head and roll it. Hands on the waist and roll it. Hands on the knees. Bless and love. One more. How you mean? Go,
Give it up, give it up, give it up for Mikey and Blood. The scene is one of a sea of gold. The gathering of Democratic Labour Party supporters. Put your posters in the air. Raise your candidates' pictures in the air. Put them up, put them up, put them up. Ring the bell, ring the bell. January 19 is coming. And like your foot on fire, go to the polls and vote for one Barbados. For those who are wondering, and for those who are aware, spread the word, let it go far, let it go beyond near. Let everyone know that the proceedings this evening at the Showcase of Team 2022 can be followed on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, And if you're closer enough and in the environs, you can listen to all that's happening on your radio station, FM 93.9. As the candidates continue to assemble, we want to remind those who may be coming in at this time that as you look to the stage, to the left of stage, there's a tent. We want all of the candidates to assemble in preparation for the presentation on stage. Once again, we want to pay homage to those performers who came and started things off this evening. We want to thank Wreck the Drums, also Statement, Mole, Marzville, Blood, and Mikey. For those who are curious to know, yes, we've got our speakers. They're all lined up. They're ready, hard-hitting, and punching for the main event still to come. Look forward to presentations from Michael Lashley, Courie Cox, Ryan Walters, Pedro Shepherd, Dr. Ronnie Yearwood, Michael Lashley, and of course, President Miss Verla DePeiza.
And
in the
you
meantime,
know
we're
that
just
you
going to
are
let the DJ entertain us for a short while as we get ready to rumble.
And the hated and despised garbage and sewage levy. If ever garbage and sewage levy. And you know that you are taxed more now than you ever were before. And the hated and despised garbage and sewage levy. If ever there was a misnomer, that was it. Because the
Vote for Verla, vote for Verla, vote. We need a prime minister representing St. Lucie, and Verla will make it happen. Verla will make it happen. We need a true leader to help St. Lucie, and Verla will make it happen. Verla will make it happen. We need clean water and not that tanker. Verla will make it happen. Verla will make it happen. We need a gemstone, not a flintstone. Verla will make it happen. Verla will make it happen. Flintstone, Mr. Flintstone, your time is up now. Your time is up now. Your time is up right now. All we see is a big rock right at the top of makeup. All we see is a big rock right at the top of makeup. Right there so by the bus stop. Right there so by the bus stop. The man ain't turn up, but now he wants your vote. The man ain't turn up, but we gonna stinky boat. The man ain't turn up, but now he wants your vote. The man ain't show up, but we gonna rip his coat. Vote for Verla, vote. There we go, vote for Verla, vote. There is brown water in the pipe, oh what misery. There is brown water in the pipe from ministry to ministry, from one to the next. You know nothing you can show. So pack your bags, we don't want you no more. Go. There is brown water in the pipe, oh what misery. There is brown water in the pipe from ministry to ministry, from one to the next. We know nothing you can show. So pack your bags, we don't want you no more. Go. Vote for Verla, 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 vote.
And you know that you are taxed more now than you ever were before. And the hated and despised garbage and sewage levy. If ever there was a misnomer, that was it. Because The majority of the country has no sewage provisioning, and the rest of us don't know when the garbage truck coming. But worse than that, from then until now, there has been no reckoning to you as to how much money that garbage and sewage levy has collected. And so there has to be another way to address that. And the Democratic Labour Party is committed to the reduction of the garbage and sewage levy and its eventual phasing out, because there are tidier and more accountable ways to raise the revenue that is required, and one of those ways is to diversify our economy. But that is another conversation.
This country cannot develop economically and socially by developing half of its citizens. The right to a job in Barbados and educational opportunities should not be determined by which political party is in office. It should be based on your experience, qualifications, and skill sets that an applicant possesses. It cannot be morally right or just that when there is a change in government, that many persons who are employed by the previous government are terminated and new supporters of the government in office are hired in their place. It can't be right. This action is even more an act of cowardice when the labor unions in this country, who are to protect work in this country, remain mute and shackled. And I can tell you something tonight, ladies and gentlemen. An immature labor union that becomes a political tool is a threat to national development.
This presently constituted Democratic Labour Party is ready, willing, and able to stand up for the people of Barbados. And I want to thank those of my colleagues who came out tonight in support of this platform, because one by one, we make them count. And despite what the naysayers might have to say, it is you that count on the 19th of January. It is you that will make the change. It is you that wants the one Barbados that the Democratic Labour Party holds out the hope to you for. I call on all of you to join the Democratic Labour Party on this journey from St. Lucie with me all the way to St. Philip with Dr. Eswick, who will speak next, and join everybody in between and rescue our country and move it forward for the benefit of all of us. One Barbados, and we will not have it any other way. I thank you.
can trust. The Democratic Labour Party. To serve the people, serve the people, serve the people, work for the people. Serve the people, serve the people, serve the people. We go in with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We go in with DLP, DLP for all of we. We go in with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We go in with DLP, DLP for all of we. DLP, we voting DLP, DLP, we voting DLP.
So these are the 12 people that work.
One Barbados for you and me, we go in with DLP, DLP for all of we, we go in with DLP. One Barbados for you and me, we go in with DLP, DLP for all of we. We got the plan to save this nation. Together we stand with the Democratic Labour Party. One Barbados, unite is a must. For sure you can trust the Democratic Labour Party. To serve the people, serve the people. Serve the people, work for the people. Serve the people, serve the people, serve the people. We go in with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We go in with DLP, DLP for all of we. We go in with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We go in with DLP, DLP for all of we. DLP, we voting DLP, DLP, we voting.
Make some noise. It is time. Let everyone know that you are here. Supporters, ring the bell. Raise your voices. Hip, hip, hip. She is young, enthused, passionate, focused, and attention-grabbing. If making the impossible possible is a goal, then count on this dame to work alongside her peers and whoever to make this land one Barbados. Dawn Marie Armstrong hails from Glebland, St. George, with a heart to defend all of St. George. She is no stranger to hard work, whether it is skilled or unskilled labor, as she has experienced the gamut of work from the early age of 14. She has worked in supermarkets, as a shop attendant, and even took to the bold steps of running her own business. Dawn Marie Armstrong knows where she came from and has set her sights on where she will go, not alone, because she sees it as her mission to move all within her reach and even those beyond. Her concerns are with the well-being of every constituent, and so she slaps star to meet with and talk to man, woman, and child throughout the constituency, giving attention to matters from early childhood to the elderly. Her research and knowledge of the issues puts her in good position to be empathetic and understanding, while driven to make positive change for St. George South. Barbados, Haggett Hall, welcome from St. George South, Miss Dawn Marie Armstrong.
Moving strong with Armstrong. Make Dawn Marie Armstrong the DLP representative for St. George South. Dawn is a woman for the people and is ready to serve and uplift the community. Dawn is committed to providing unbiased representation to everyone and will work hard to ensure that all voices across the constituency's respective communities are heard. So on January 19th, do the right thing by moving strong with Dawn Armstrong. Moving strong with Armstrong.
Good night, my DLP family. I don't think that was good enough. We need to send a message through all of Haggett Hall. Good night, my DLP family. So I am here to represent the constituency of St. George South. And I will say that amidst everything that has gone on over the past few days, I am ever more committed to representing the cause of women, single mothers, single parents, children, and the elderly in our country. Across the developmental lifespan spectrum, you can trust that when I walk up the steps of Parliament, that each and every voice across this country will be heard. St. George South and St. George by extension will be transformed, and we, the Democratic Labour Party, will uplift this nation and restore it to where it once was. We bless you. And we bless Barbados, and we cannot thank you enough for your turnout tonight. We love you.
Moving strong with Armstrong. Make Dawn Marie Armstrong the DLP representative for St. George South. Dawn is a woman for the people and is ready to serve and uplift the community. Dawn is committed to providing unbiased representation to everyone and will work hard to ensure that all voices across the constituency's respective communities.
To unify St. George, we move from the south to the north. You know, Barbados is distinguished as a land from which fast bowlers have come. And one of the reputed fastest from St. George is the man they all call Herbie. Herbie Yearwood has lived mostly in Market Hill and Jericho and is a faithful member of the St. Augustine's Anglican Church. A former president of the Diocesan Council of the Anglican Young People's Association and former chairman of the St. George Parish Independence Committee, he serves now as president of the Market Hill Community Group and continues to play a significant role in cricket and the Barbados National Domino, Hearts, and Whist Associations. Mr. Yearwood is vice president of the Barbados Workers Union Credit Union and a human resource professional consultant specializing in organizational development, strategic human resource planning, performance management, and contract negotiations. He holds a master's degree in business administration from the University of Wales and a bachelor's degree in public sector management, all of which he is prepared to utilize as one who's committed to one Barbados for all Bajans. From St. George North, we welcome the constituency representative, Herbert Yearwood.
DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you, mommy. We going with DLP. Hear me? No. That's better. My DLP family, good night. Good night, St. George North. I just want to tell you that it's my intention to build our community together. I'm a community person. Our mission is to make St. George North an entrepreneurial town. And in so doing, we'll work together with small business people and entrepreneurs to create a robust ecosystem of healthy, successful businesses. Already, I should tell you that we have a database of 169 entrepreneurs and small business people. And we'll be joining them together, each and every one of them, to uplift their living standards. Secondly, I must tell you people that we have a major problem coming out of the pandemic. Tourism, which we put all our eggs in, has fallen down. And hence, our intention in the breadbasket of Barbados is to make Barbados food security, as well as our people, to ensure that we are able to have indigenous farming for our people. Agriculture, we have to rebuild our agricultural system. In this regard, as you all know, we have no natural resources. Hence, what we must turn to is our people, our people, our people. We must become a more industrious nation. And I should tell you, when you move through St. George, you will realize that St. George has the poorest road network in Barbados. People in Erie Hill, people in Locust Hall, all the primary roads are bad. People in Sweetville, we have problems. We need to rebuild our road network so that our people who pay taxes, we pay taxes and national insurance like anybody else, but yet we are not seeing the results. And as such, I urge you to let's move representation to the next level and vote on January 19th for Herbert Yearwood in the north and Don Morris in the south. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
DLV, we voted DLV. DLV, we voted DLV. We going with DLV. One more Barbados for you.
It has become the custom for the COVID unit to remind all patrons at events and Barbadians at home or on the road that they should always observe COVID protocols. You are required to maintain your social distancing and to always wear your masks and wear them properly. If you are members of a family, gathered together is acceptable. However, in instances when persons are unrelated, we ask that you maintain your distance as suggested by the COVID department. This message is one that all Barbadians observe and one that certainly we in the Democratic Labour Party at our meetings and at all engagements will continue to acknowledge. Maintain your social distance and follow the COVID protocols. As we continue to showcase Team 2022, now to a true St. Michael man, born in Bank Hall, raised in Bush Hall, and currently residing in Grisettes. He spent 41 years in the public service as a senior administrative officer while serving in the Barbados Defense Force Reserves. As a result of the latter, he completed military training across the world and was trained in peacekeeping at the Pearson Peacekeeping College in Halifax. He is a well-rounded individual, a qualified West Indies cricket umpire, certified physical training instructor, as well as maintaining membership in the Barbados Cricket Association, the Barbados Cricket Umpires Association, and the Barbados Rifle and Pistol Federation. Added to this, he is a Justice of the Peace and a practicing attorney at law. He cites his genuine love for community work and people as the influences that have made him make this decision to enter into politics. And by doing so, he's giving back to a country which has given him so much in terms of an education and other social intangibles. In moving Barbados forward to becoming once again one Barbados, we welcome Ricardo Harrison.
R-I-C-K-Y Harrison is how we voting when election come. R-I-C-K-Y Harrison is how we voting now. Have we get at the vote? Harrison getting the vote.
Good evening, Barbados. Good evening, Democratic Labour Party family. It is so wonderful to see so many of you this evening. It reminds me of 2008 on this same spot. And we know what happened then. She said that she does not want an opposition. We will prove her right. We will take all the seats this time. Come on, your numbers. Stay safe. Observe all the protocols. Vote for the Democratic Labour Party. Vote for honesty. Vote for reliability. Vote for hard-working candidates. God bless you, Barbados. God bless you, Democratic Labour Party family. I thank you.
Ricky Harrison getting the inside the community. Ricky Harrison.
With an undisputed reputation as one who believes in youth and their development, Damien Griffith represents the future of Barbados' most valued resources as he advances the power of its youth. He's equipped himself to agitate for better since he immersed himself in public speaking competitions, 3 times going to the finals for the world's universities and colleges debating championships. To underscore his intentions to solidify the pathway for Barbadians, he served as a senator in the Parliament of Barbados and was General Secretary of the Democratic Labour Party. Damien holds a Bachelor of Arts in History from the University of the West Indies and continues to add to his knowledge as he pursues his Masters of Arts in International Development Studies. All attributes which he's putting towards his contributions to a stronger, unified One Barbados. Your candidate for the constituency of St. Michael Northeast. This is Damien Griffith.
DLB, we voting DLB. DLB, we voting DLB. We going with DLB.
Dear loving people, we are ready and we are one. One Barbados on the 19th of January. We in St. Michael Northeast will be taking a despot off your hands. We are going to lead Barbados back to better times because we can no longer suffer through the despotism. I say to you, support Damien Griffith on January 19th. Thank you and good night.
DLB, we voting DLB. DLB, we voting DLB.
It takes a village to raise a child, and the close-knit Licorice Village must be credited for molding Nicholas Alleyne into the man that he is today. The environs of St. Michael East have been the cornerstone of his life, and it is of little surprise that Nicholas is here again to answer the call to represent the interests of the people who had a hand in raising him. A family man who strongly believes that to strengthen the society, the family must first be strengthened. Nicholas grew up in a large family of modest means, but he understood from an early age the importance of helping others and being of service to his community, a core value instilled in him by his mom. The motto of his alma mater, the Alleyne School, is what he lives by: for others, not for self. The doting father of an 11-year-old daughter and a 7-year-old son, social and educational development of young people is the cause nearest and dearest to his heart. His dream for Barbados is a society where children are given every opportunity to be themselves and be able to grow to reach their fullest potential. An avid sportsman, Nicholas is also a credit union financial advisor and a firm believer of the credit union movement. His vision is to inspire people, young and old, to work with him in his effort to transform our community to become one Barbados. Join with me to welcome on stage Nicholas Alleyne.
DLB, we voting DLB. DLB, we voting DLB. We going with DLB. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLB. DLB for all of me.
Good night, good night, good night. Good night to the people of Haggett Hall, St. Barnabas, Barker's Road, all persons in the hearing of my voice, good evening to you. I stand before you here this evening on the shoulders of giants that would have gone before me that represented this constituency of St. Michael East. I intend in this election to bring the seat home for the Democratic Labour Party in this St. Michael East. And I ask you on January 19th to vote for Nicholas Alleyne, to vote for the Democratic Labour Party and all its candidates, that we can make Barbados proud again. One people, one Barbados, vote for the Democratic Labour Party. Thank you.
DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. We going with DLP. One more minute.
From St. Michael East, we move now to St. Michael Central, where we find a young man, well-rounded, positive, enthusiastic, and versatile. He took up his first job at Starcom Network Inc. as a customer service representative, then enrolled at the Barbados Community College, and later the University of the West Indies, where he received a bachelor's in tourism and hospitality management. He worked as a tour guide before becoming marketing officer of the then Barbados Conference Services Limited, now known as the Lloyd Erskine Sandiford Center, ahead of assuming the post of event manager for 5 years at Marcus Evans Limited. He was a popular host on CBC TV's Morning Barbados program. A small business entrepreneur and a small business consultant, this love for the outdoors and sports especially led to the establishment of Sports World Barbados, a monthly publication dedicated exclusively to sports on the island. He spent his time between this field and the public transport business that he owns and operates across various routes, including St. Michael Central. He loves meeting people and networking. He loves the outdoor activities, traveling, and sports, and considers St. Michael Central his second home and intends to bring quality, dependable, and reliable representation for those constituents he seeks to represent in one Barbados. It is time now to meet the man, the candidate for St. Michael Central. On stage, Courie Cox.
DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP.
I don't have much to say tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Good night. Happy New Year's. Keep January the 19th in your mind. Mark the calendars. January the 19th belongs to us. Democratic Labour Party. Yellow and blue. Big up on the shells. Of course, I'm going to shout out to my St. Michael Central family and friends for sure. Chair Lady Deborah, Shaquani, Regina, Timmy, all the rest, BD. Enjoy with the night. Sure, Fina, you forget you, so don't curse me. I'll send more love.
Growing up as one of 9 children raised by his mom, Cindy, Curtis Cave has lived life under circumstances that have opened his eyes and his heart. This young, industrious Barbadian is unselfish, and as founder of the charity Cave Bridge Foundation, he seeks to develop those in his community through empowerment of the young, providing opportunity for sponsoring sporting activities or creating jobs to give experience to individuals seeking to move themselves forward. At the age of 28, he is an attorney at law, one who reflects on his early childhood and education at the Alexander School where he studied and played sports. In fact, at the age of 15, he even organized his first community project, an under-15 cricket tournament at Bell Field playing field that involved teams from the surrounding communities. Such has been his involvement from the grassroots, and Curtis has evolved along the way as he served as a youth representative on the National Advisory Council on Gender, as a legal intern at the City of Bridgetown Credit Union, with the National Housing Corporation, the Barbados Revenue Authority, and the Land Registry. He rose to become president of the Young Democrats, but never sacrificing his involvement as an active member of the Belfield Cricket Club or Wavell Avenue New Testament Youth Arise Group. Through the initiative group Boys in the Hood, he motivates young men to come together and to assist the elderly and the most vulnerable with cleanup campaigns and home repairs, and contributes to relief hampers distributed through these COVID times. This is Curtis's commitment towards one Barbados. For St. Michael West Central, the representative is none other than Curtis Cave.
DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of we. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me.
DLP for Alleyne. We got the plan to save this nation. Together we stand with the Democratic Labour Party.
Good night, good night, good night. Good night, Democratic Labour Party family. Good night to the new blue wave. Now, Democratic Labour Party family, this election is a fight for democracy and a fight for new, stronger representation. And I want y'all to know that the people of St. Michael West Central will be bringing home this seat for the Democratic Labour Party. And I want to encourage each and every one of you here tonight to go out in your numbers January 19th and vote for the Democratic Labour Party candidate in your constituency. Thank you, God bless, and good night.
DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. We going with DLP.
Curtis will be among those who will advocate that Barbados must be safe at all times, not only in terms of a democracy, but also too in terms of the welfare of its people. And so in adherence to the appeals of the COVID unit, we remind you to maintain your social distancing. Keep your masks on, and remember, unless you're a family member, maintain your distance safely. As we continue, these are hard times, aren't they? Times when the treatment of our healthcare workers are being frowned upon, and more particularly, when our nurses appear to be being targeted. But there is one who worked as a male nurse at the psychiatric hospital who will not be suppressed. He stands as an example of that someone who knows not only how to care, but he cares. Born in Goodland, St. Michael, and popularly known to all as Laker, he went to Eagle Hall Infants and Christchurch Foundation schools. He played football and represented Barbados, not only at the junior level, but in the senior leagues as well, and went on to play professionally for KSI Phoenix. And he plays as well on stages at the renowned places of Barbados where musicians are acknowledged. Laker shares his knowledge providing training in vocational skills including plumbing, carpentry, electrical maintenance, and computer repair, and he's been the manager of the Deacons Development Center. His experiences also extend to the field of insurance, where he also worked as an agent. Ricardo places a premium on spirituality and is a member of the Covenant Life Teaching Center and is an integral part of the worship team. By his work, he serves as a bedrock to the community and is now the candidate for the constituency of St. Michael West. The Democratic Labour Party presents one more hardworking citizen striving towards making it back to one Barbados. Welcome, Ricardo Laker Williams.
St. Michael West, deserve the best. St. Michael West, need nothing less, and things will be better. Better with better, things will be better. Better with better. So be voting Ricky Williams, voting Ricky Williams. We support
Good night, good night, good night, DLP family. Good night. This is a new day. A new dawn. A new everything. Tonight, just for a few minutes, I'd like to just give you a vision for St. Michael West. I know we only got a minute up here, so I'll just start with one little piece of it. The major part of it, we're going to build. We're going to build. We're going to build. I stress on the word build. An Olympic academy. Take my time with it. We're going to build an Olympic academy. It is time that our young people, our athletes, get the opportunity to get to the world stage. It is a viable entity in the world. It is something that we have not touched yet. It is time that we do it. We are going to spearhead it in St. Michael West. Good night and God bless you.
St. Michael West, deserve the best. St. Michael West, need nothing less.
Yeah. Ricardo Laker Williams. Want to acknowledge the fine work being done by our healthcare workers this evening in the persons of the COVID unit. Thank you for reminding us, to remind everyone to maintain their social distancing and to continue to wear their masks. And whenever they have to, sanitize. We will continue to repeat that message because we also care for you. No stranger to St. Michael Northwest constituency and the community. This man spent his adolescent years living in Ferniehearst, and he is truly a hometown boy. Educated at Queen's College and the Barbados Community College, where he excelled in business studies. He went on to hold a master's in business administration with a concentration in finance. He's worked in the international business sector at the level of senior management, and his exceptional management skills led him to the helm of the Barbados chain of an international fast food franchise, a position that he's held for the past 8 years. His drive, his passion, and his commitment have led him to this path of service, and he is more than ready to serve the people who helped to mold him. He's got a positive attitude. His experience and his professionalism will buttress his work on behalf of each community, each neighborhood, and each constituent. His objective is to empower the constituents of St. Michael Northwest by inspiring and demonstrating to them progressive ways of utilizing their education, their skills, and their experience to achieve their life's goals. Dedication and commitment are the watchwords of the man who heads the campaign for St. Michael Northwest, the benefit of which will be one Barbados. That man is Ryan Walters.
Like somebody sing Walters, sing Walters, sing Walters, Walters. Say we winning with Walters, winning. I say we winning with Walters.
Good night, Haggett Hall. Good night, Barbados. You guys look lovely. And we look lovely in St. Michael Northwest. We are ready to reclaim St. Michael Northwest. Rest assured, do not worry about it. On January 19th, I'm encouraging every single person to go out and vote Democratic Labour Party. January 19th, Democratic Labour Party, St. Michael Northwest. Thank you.
From St. Michael Northwest, we now move to St. Michael South, to a man as typical as your everyday Bajan, a man who played his cricket up, down, and across Barbados, who played his cricket as seriously as he took to his studies. He enrolled in the University of the West Indies Cave Hill campus, from which he graduated with a Bachelor of Laws in 2011, before heading off to the Yearwood Law School to complete his studies, then to be called to the bar in Barbados in 2014. With his established practice on Lucas Street in the city, he still finds time to give himself to cricket administration as an executive member of the Sheffield Cricket Club and a member of the Legal Affairs Committee of the Barbados Cricket Association. He credits the spirit of a united team for how he has been influenced to play his part and works to encourage the same philosophy of teamwork to advance his island, our island, as one Barbados. To contest the seat in the constituency of St. Michael South, welcome to the stage our candidate, Kevin Miller.
DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me.
Good night, Barbados. Good night, DLP family. Good night,
the constituents of St. Michael South.
All for you. All.
Now, my campaign slogan is Your Voice Matters. And the reason why I chose such a slogan is for one reason. This campaign that I'm running is about the people. And I believe that politicians should always run a campaign which is about the people. When I walk around the constituency of St. Michael South, and the person asks me what are my plans for the constituency, I always ask the person, what are your issues? Because at the end of it all, it is about the people. And if you give me your issue and they can solve it, that is a job well done. I want you as Barbadians to come out on January 19th and put your X in the right place. Put your X for the Democratic Labour Party. I thank you.
DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP.
As a teacher of 34 years, he has made an indelible mark on the lives of numerous Barbadians. Still, many of you know of him as a trade unionist of the Barbados Union of Teachers, which he has led on more than one occasion. He was assigned to the Wilkie Cumberbatch School weeks after joining the service, and he has been there ever since. He has taught every year group at the school and has always been a student favorite. At present, he serves as the Information Technology Coordinator, but he says his most enjoyable moments came as the one teaching agricultural science. He has served on the board of the Congress of Trade Unions and Staff Associations of Barbados as Vice President, and was highly respected in the leadership circles of the Caribbean Union of Teachers. As a member of the Young Democrats, he was voted Vice President and President, and served on the Executive and General Councils of the party. He is the current Assistant General Secretary. As a teacher at Wilkie Cumberbatch School, he has worked with 3 to 4 generations of constituents of St. Michael Southeast, and he's viewed more as a family member than a teacher. Tonight, we present in the charge to make this one Barbados again, teacher, trade unionist, Pedro Shepherd.
Roll call. Rodney Grant, absent. Patrick Tanis, absent. Santia Bradshaw, MIA, missing in action. Pedro Shepherd, present and always present. Vote for the D's, vote for the D's. Pedro is the man for me now. Vote for the D's, vote for the D's.
Yo. This is your time. This is your time.
Good night and welcome. Good night and welcome. I bring you greetings tonight from the constituency of St. Michael Southeast. I am here tonight to assure you that the Democratic Labour Party is on its way to victory. We shall start in St. Philip, and we are coming through St. George, St. Michael, going up to St. James, going up to St. Peter, and St. Lucie. St. Michael Southeast is going to lead the charge in this area. We are going to rid this country of Santia Bradshaw once and for all. As I canvass St. Michael Southeast, too many persons are telling me that they have not seen her in 8 years. I have been knocking on every single door in the constituency. I have been doing my work, and I believe come the 19th of January, I will be successful in St. Michael Southeast, God willing. I shall return in a few minutes to address you here in Haggett Hall and in the diaspora. Thank you and good night. God bless you.
Vote for these.
Pedro is the man for me now. Vote for these, vote for these. Protect my community now.
He is a civil engineer, a former Minister of Tourism and International Transport, whose service in public office has been centered around improving the lives of the residents of St. Michael South Central. He first contested the seat in 1999 and was subsequently elected to serve 3 consecutive terms in Parliament from 2003. As one of the most successful ministers of tourism in our country's history, his unmatched track record has benefited the social and economic landscape of Barbados significantly, with an expansion of the job market, growth of the sector, and unparalleled investment in the industry. A man of the people, for the constituency of St. Michael South Central, bringing the quality representation that it deserves in guaranteeing one Barbados. It is time to return to Parliament, Richard Seeley.
Well, when I vex with Marsha, I can tell. Well, Seeley no lie. Walk a Seeley and breathe. Walk a Seeley and breathe. He's the man for we. Walk a Seeley and breathe. Walk a Seeley and breathe. Unemployment high, people brat. Richard Seeley not to put the people in check. No long talk, we doing this correct. Things gonna happen and moves gonna mad. Jobs must come, but the people gonna work. Schools gonna open.
Good night, good night, good night, dear loving people from the Democratic Labour Party. Good night, all Barbadians who have bought into this campaign, a campaign pushing one Barbados. There's a move in this country because for too long, nothing ain't happening. We are going to start to make things happen. And I can pledge to you that this team you're hearing from tonight is going to work in order to see that we can get things moving again. We're going to make things happen. Everybody is talking about the Democratic Labour Party team and the quality that we are offering. You're going to hear from some of them tonight, and you're going to hear from me tonight as well. There's 2 Barbadoses that we have to make one Barbados again. So, come out on the 19th and support the Democratic Labour Party. And those of you in St. Michael South Central, do not forget, vote for Seeley and breathe.
Well, when I vex with Marsha, I can tell. Well, Seeley no lie. Walk a Seeley and breathe. Walk a Seeley and breathe. He's the man for we. Walk a Seeley and breathe. Walk a Seeley and breathe. Unemployment high people.
The COVID unit reminds you to hold on to your mask, keep it on, and breathe. 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 Keep your social distance, but breathe. 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 Stay in your families and breathe. 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 And breathe the message now of one of the youngest, if not the youngest, on the team election campaign trail. To be showcased now in Team 2022, a 27-year-old who's determined to represent the people of the city of Bridgetown where he resides. He possesses a deep passion for the economics of entrepreneurship, finance, and banking. A passion that has led him to pursue a bachelor's degree and economics special in banking and finance at the University of the West Indies Cave Hill campus, where he became the treasurer of the Barbados Student Association, the founder of the UWI Finance and Banking Association, and a graduate student of the Entrepreneurial Empowerment and Development Program. He is also the author of the book titled Alternative Views, Barbados' Economic Road to Republic. As a young man living in the city, he more than understands the plight that residents face, and he is ready and willing to provide committed and true representation to all groups in this diverse constituency as a proponent of One Barbados. Give a warm welcome to Kimar Stewart.
DLB, we voting DLB. DLB, we voting DLB. We going with DLB. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLB. DLB for all of me. We going with DLB. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLB.
Good night, members of the Democratic Labour Party. How are you doing tonight? Wave your flag, wave it yellow, wave it right. Yes. Good night to the viewers. I am very pleased to be here tonight. This was a very long and hard road, but nevertheless we made it. I've never felt so proud in my entire life to stand on this platform and look at this sea of yellow. I feel proud. So I want to encourage you not to let this energy die. Let's keep this energy going straight up to the 19th. And when we win on the 19th of January 2022, we're going to keep this energy going into the representation of the people of Barbados. I want to encourage you to go there and vote against despots and dictatorships. We didn't have to kick the colonel out, he kicked himself out. So I'm here to tell him that there's a new general in the city, and I will be taking the city of Bridgetown come the 19th of January. So a good night, have a good night, enjoy yourselves, be safe, social distance, and get home safe however you can. Good night, everyone.
DLB, we voting DLB. DLB, we voting DLB.
And so you have the presentation in the first of our showcase of Team 2022. All that is happening tonight is being carried via Facebook, Instagram, as well as it can be carried on station 93.9 as you travel around. And remember too, you can follow us here on YouTube. In her own right, she's regarded among the best of our entertainers, whether representing on the hotel circuit or on the national stage. She's one of the consummate performers, and tonight she brings her class and her grace to the stage at Showcase Team 2022. Barbados, please welcome the performer, the calypsonian, the gospel artist, Donella.
Good night, Barbados. If you're ready for a turnaround moment, let's bring that from the top, DJ, bring that from the top. You're ready for a turnaround moment? I want you not to leave God out of anything, okay? That's how we're pushing it. All right, so here we go. And dance with me. Into worship, you turn my pressure. Come on. You turn my mourning into dancing. And I will bless your name, your holy name. You turn my weeping into worship. You turn my pressure into praise. You turn my mourning into dancing. And I will bless your holy name. What did you do? You turned it around.
that God is the all-powerful God, and He, only Him, can make things happen. I want to hear somebody, all my DLP family, make some noise right about now. Good, 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 good. Now they say we got to put God first in everything. So I want to know, that I can't go without doing this one. Sister Margarita, Marshall, we love you. Who's walking holy with me tonight? Let me hear that again. Who's walking holy? So let's go. We do it this way. Hey, I want to see you get up and dance. Come on. Let's dance for the Lord. Walking holy. Holy. Yes, my love. Oh, walk holy. Walk holy. Walk holy. God is holy. Oh, Zion's children. Oh, we walk holy. Oh, Zion's children. Push those back into the air. Oh, walk holy. Walk holy. Walk holy. God is holy. Oh, Zion's children. Oh, we walk holy. Oh, Zion's children. Walk holy. I'm a soldier in the army for the Lord, and I'm fighting for the right. 'Cause when we stand before God's throne, He will say, well done, well done. You have been pushed Him in the air. Walk holy, walk holy, walk holy. God is holy. Oh, Zion's children, walk holy. Oh, Zion's children, walk holy. Again, walk holy, walk holy, walk holy. God is holy. Oh, Zion's children, walk holy. Oh, Zion's children, walk. I tell them something. I will serve the Lord. I will serve my God. I will serve Him till I die. Because it saved my soul. Yes, He saved my soul. He saved our dying soul. Walk, walk, walk holy. Walk holy. Come on. Walk holy. God is holy. Oh, Zion's children. Walk holy. Oh, Zion's children. Walk. Push them in the air. Walk, walk holy. Walk holy. Oh, walk holy. God is holy. Oh, Zion's children. Walk 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 holy. Hallelujah. Thank you.
There's an energy, a spirit that is overcoming the meeting. One that if you're at home watching, whether it's on IG, Facebook, or YouTube, you cannot imagine the power of it. It's a power that is carried by every candidate facing the polls come January 19, and among them, Mark Leroy. From Christchurch South, a Barbadian entrepreneur and social development activist who is an active member of the HL Human Development Foundation, where he volunteers his time and expertise to the mentorship and upliftment of Barbadian youth through sports, business, and entrepreneurial empowerment. He is the founder and lead marketing executive of a digital marketing agency headquartered here in Barbados. And for the last 6 years, his position in the company has led to the strengthening of resourceful relations with micro and small business owners across the island. He has provided linkages that have seen the advancement of their operations through public awareness and financial growth. Prior to this, he worked at one of the island's leading financial institutions, where he had the pleasure of interacting with, serving, and building relationships with customers, many of whom are now the persons that he wishes to represent. From the constituency of Christchurch South, we welcome to the stage Mark Leroy.
DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting
This is a treat. I look out onto a sea of beautiful people and I want you to celebrate yourselves tonight. You came out for us and we will come out for you. I am proud of my colleagues, each and every one of them. I am Mark Laurent from Christchurch South, and I liken Christchurch South to a beautiful garden. And if you leave your garden unattended, you leave it vulnerable to weeds and thorns, and we cannot have that. On the 19th of January, come out and represent. Thank you.
Service to community is paramount to this next gentleman, who through the Live Your Best Life Foundation works to help youth in communities to recognize and develop their talents. Simultaneously, he gives attention to the plight of the elderly and the differently abled, all of whom he sees as included in one Barbados. And his intention is for us all to move forward. Interestingly, he was born in Singapore to Barbadian parents. Doesn't that remind of another Barbadian born in Trinidad to Barbadian parents who left an indelible impression on our history? Perhaps he is next. He has, however, lived for the past 42 years in his homeland of Barbados, where over the last 17 years he has worked as an executive insurance agent. Interestingly, his intrigue in politics and the supreme value of Barbados was discovered in his birthland, where he learned that the Prime Minister of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew, and Barbados' then Prime Minister Errol Walton Barrow had attended the same university. And because of their similar philosophies and principles, he was ultimately drawn to politics. This ambitious and passionate Barbadian seeks for himself and by extension his communities and his constituency, where he believes he'll be steadfast that Christchurch West will become a financial hub. The Democratic Labour Party presents this evening, representing Christchurch West, Andrew Cave.
My people, Haggard Hall, you ready? Listen, I'm a God-fearing guy, right? And I believe in declaring victory because life and death is in the power of the tongue. And I declare victory now for the people of Barbados. My quest for Christchurch West is to become the financial hub of Barbados. Yeah, because my people need to walk off the block and walk into the businesses, okay? They need to get a joy instead of a job. Talk to me, people. I can't hear you. That is what I like. I feel a sermon coming on, but I am not Jesus, okay? But on the 19th of January, I would raise true representation from the dead for the people of Christchurch West. Go out and vote for your candidate in your constituency. God bless. I love you all.
is a leader, the fighter, the mayor. And they come to lead, we use them. To do the right thing and protect the system. You making sure that the family straight.
We have faith in our females, and Rennette Dimmott is one such. A trained forensic psychologist, nurse, drug counselor, educator, former lecturer, tutor, writer, business owner, activist, and social organizer. She's studied several disciplines over the years, and has also gained exceptional job experiences working in these areas. She holds a Bachelor of Arts and a Master of Arts in Forensic Psychology and is pursuing her LLB in law at the University of the West Indies Cave Hill campus. Because of her deep interest in constitutional law and in the Constitution of Barbados, she understands the fundamentals of human and legal rights of her people and stands ready, willing, and able to defend those rights. Rennette is a former part-time lecturer of the University of the West Indies Cave Hill campus in the Department of Government, Sociology, and Social Work and in the School of Education. She is the author of the book, The Psychology of Creating Success from Within, Do It. And as an entrepreneur, she's the proud owner of Cafe Dimmott and managing director of R&J Merchandise. It is time for you to welcome yet another gem from the Democratic Labour Party, the lady, Rennette Dimmott.
DLP, devoted DLP. DLP, devoted DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me. We got the plan to save this nation. Together we stand with the Democratic Labour Party. One Barbados, united is a must. For sure you can trust.
Night, my DLP family. Welcome. Thank you to my branch, St. Christchurch West Central. Thank you to the DLP family. What will we be voting for? A democratic society. Representation of nurses and their interests. A better Barbados. Real representation in this country. A balanced shared politics. I thank you, my DLP family. And join us on polling day, January the 19th. A big change to Barbados and a good economy that we intend to change and represent the people of Barbados. I thank you.
DLP, devoted DLP. DLP, devoted DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP.
He is an educator, an executive, and practitioner in the healthcare, human development, and training fields in the United States, Barbados, and many Caribbean countries. He is known for his ability to reach people with a message of hope and personal resilience. A registered clinical psychologist and noted corporate consultant by profession, he's delivered training and consultation services for institutions in Barbados and throughout the region. He holds a BA degree from God's Bible College and a master's and doctoral degrees from the University of Cincinnati. As a former member of the last DLP administration, he served first as Minister of Social Care and later as Minister of Environment, Water Resources, and Drainage. His is a commitment to fight for all Barbadians, especially those in the constituency of Christchurch East. There, he is seeking to represent them once again in the House of Parliament in the movement for One Barbados. He is Dr. Dennis Lowe.
DLP, devoted DLP. DLP, devoted DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me. We got the plan to save this nation.
Good night, one and all. I am so delighted to be here and to join my DLP family, particularly the members of the Christchurch East branch who are here.
want to tell you tonight that unlike the popular belief of many, I get better with age. So you're getting the sweetest part of the wine now. And I intend to join all of us, all around Barbados, to ensure that the Democratic Labour Party is right back where it belongs. They want us to give up, but we're never going to give up. They want us to give out, but we're never going to give out. They want us to give in, but we will never, ever give in, because we are the party of the champions, and we are going to do it all over again. I am going to give it my best because I believe that we are destined to win. I believe that with all my heart. So come the 19th of January, from 6 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock in the evening, come out and vote for your DLP candidate in your area, and by midnight on the 19th, we will be celebrating all over Barbados. God bless you, God keep you, and may you reign in power and in glory. Amen.
DLP, we voted DLP. DLP, we voted DLP.
And now to a man who knows about putting people at ease, as hospitality and tourism have been a part of his being for as long as he remembers. He worked locally in the hotel sector, as well as with the Barbados Tourism Authority and the Ministry of Tourism. He was elected Vice President of the Student Council at the Center for the Hotel and Tourism Management in the Bahamas. And he qualified himself by pursuing studies at the University of the West Indies in Tourism Management and later in law, receiving his Bachelor's of Law from the University of Wales in the UK. He was called to the bar in the United Kingdom and Wales in November of 2013 and to the bar in Barbados in 2016. His local practice has spanned from Inns Chambers Attorneys at Law to the present Belgrave Chambers. A product of the Coleridge and Parry School and former national youth player in football and the current president of the Watton Football Club, he relates to the power of sports to unite communities, as was the case when he played for Gall Hill Youth. And through the combination of his athletic experiences and his academic qualifications, he is resolute in his endeavors to continue to bring us all together as one Barbados. From Christchurch East Central, welcome Attorney at Law, Rashid Belgrave.
Elections 2022, this time them really hard for two. Crisis essential, need a change, so that we just call the right man. The change we need, let me vote last year. It's the change we need, let me vote last year. Following up, yeah, from water up to last for Kings and Water Street. And if you want a difference, we vote for a seat. People more positive on only west to cities. Put food on good, in the village must eat. The candidates are the ones from Congo.
Democratic Labour Party! Make some noise, man! Make some noise! 2018 is gone. It is time for a resurgence. It is time to come back. It is time for our supporters to get out and come back and trust us once again that on January the 19th, we will deliver the most electrifying victory that the Democratic Labour Party has ever seen. And I want to thank the Democratic Labour Party for putting their faith in not only me as a young candidate, but the other young candidates. We have a young and a strong team, and we ask you to come out and vote and support us on January the 19th. Thank you and have a good night and be safe. Run you rhythm again, selector.
So need a chance, so that we just call the right man. The chance we need.
Energy! 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 Energy!
Following up, yeah, from water up to lost for Kings and Water Street. And if you want a difference, let me vote for a seat.
Make some noise! We want to remind you to continue to observe the protocols set out by the COVID unit. Remember to wear your mask properly. Remember to observe your social distancing and always have regard for your fellow man. Speaking of men, a proud man of the rural community of Sherborne in St. John. This young man was educated at Hoffersville Primary and the Lott School, where he was appointed as head boy. He graduated with degrees in psychology from the University of the West Indies Cable campus. And with his wealth of experience in the manufacturing and services industry, he is a seasoned professional in the area of human resources management. Most of his life has been devoted to service of the people of Barbados through his various positions within the Democratic Labour Party. From 2009 to 2013, he served as president of the Young Democrats. And since 2013, his service to the party has been through various progressive roles, including assistant secretary, fourth vice president, second vice president, spokesman for health, water and sanitation, and spokesperson for agriculture and the environment. He brings with him the experience of having sat in the Senate. As a parliamentarian, he has had wide international exposure and is a certified parliamentary governance professional. He is well known in St. John, in a parish where his constituency chairmanship is acknowledged, where he's involved in community services, and his leadership in community-based cultural exposés is known. He is always seeking to develop new business opportunities for creatives, farmers, and vendors, among others across the parish. Andre's overarching vision is a modern country where every citizen has an equal opportunity to contribute to the growth and development of one Barbados. From St. John, we present Andre Worrell.
Vote for Andre Worrell, vote for Andre Worrell, at the polls, at the polls. Vote for Andre Worrell, vote for Andre Worrell, at the polls, yeah. We reppin' the DLP, Andre representing we the people. At St. John, it's sweet time to take charge, taking back the seat. We want you belong to we, so make sure you go.
Good night to the dear loving people of the Democratic Labour Party. We are on a mission to rescue Barbados. And we are on a mission to reclaim the heart of the Democratic Labour Party in the St. John seat. And I am sure that if the Democratic Labour Party supporters come out on the 19th of January, we will be victorious. So go to the polls on the 19th of January and vote for the Democratic Labour Party. St. John will be returned to the Democratic Labour Party, and we will work together to get things done. Vote DLP. Thank you.
Vote for Andre Worrell, vote for Andre Worrell, at the polls, at the polls. Vote for Andre Worrell, vote for Andre Worrell, at the polls.
In spite of being born in Greenwich Village in St. James, his commitment to St. Joseph can be traced back to when he became a resident of Lamins Park in 1998. He has devoted his time and efforts to the people since the 1990s, giving unselfishly to those in need of assistance or advice, regardless of political persuasion. His finger continues to be on the pulse of St. Joseph. He is deeply concerned about the lack of health care and government daycare facilities, the absence of a localized welfare office, the high level of unemployment, the absence of infrastructural development, and the lack of creative outlets for talented constituents. As a proven community leader, he listens, he cares, and he assists. That's why Randall Rouse is determined to ensure that the people of St. Joseph benefit from the national budget, and he believes the time has come to truly invest in them and meet their needs under one Barbados. This evening, we present to you the relentless Randall Rouse.
DLP, voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you.
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Democratic Labour Party members and supporters. Randall the Costa Rose is back. I am back as a proud member of the Democratic Labour Party. I am back as a proud person that is interested in the development of St. Joseph. I am back as a person and a true man that will roast a marshal out of St. Joseph. The woman tell us, give she the vote and what she. I am saying to her, give me January the 19th and watch me. Don't test, tell her don't test, because we will deliver St. Joseph for the Democratic Labour Party. Ladies and gentlemen, vote DLP and let us look after this country the way how the Democratic Labour Party know to look after the average Barbadian. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
DLP, we voting DLP.
A fair and just Barbados is what Neil Anderson Marshall will work towards as the Democratic Labour Party representative for St. Philip South. Born in Fort Road, St. Philip, he spent his formative years in Bridgetown, but moved back to the east as a young adult. He joined the Democratic Labour Party more than 25 years ago and aligned with the party's political philosophy of empowering the masses through education, therefore giving them a better chance at life. In his personal life, he's acquired a bachelor's degree in political science and history from the University of the West Indies Cave Hill campus, and later a master's in national politics from Manchester University. After lecturing and tutoring at UWI and the Barbados Community College, Neil became interested in law, and by 2015 he was admitted to the local bar and is now a practicing attorney in employment, administrative, and constitutional law. He believes that every Barbadian should be able to achieve and realize his dreams through hard work and a solid education. As a politician, he intends to see all citizens, starting with the constituents of St. Philip South, develop their potential through the creation of opportunities, and that they should be able to access these opportunities. Please welcome, to represent St. Philip South, Neil Marshall.
DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of me.
Good night, good night, good night, all the children of Douglas Leopold Phillips. I bring you greetings from the East. I want you on the 19th of January to go out and vote not for an opposition, but to vote for a government. Because somebody had some wrong idea that we were voting for an opposition. We shall, on that day, go out in our numbers, take your friends, your family, the cat and the dog, and you make that X right next to the name of the candidate of the Democratic Labour Party. And on that same morning, I want you to cast your eyes to the east and see that morning star that the wise men followed. And that is where democracy shall return to Barbados and sweep this entire country and return the Democratic Labour Party to government. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
One Barbados, unite is a must. For sure you can trust the Democratic Labour Party. Serve the people, serve the people, serve the people.
The Democratic Labour Party remains committed to the well-being of all Barbadians And that's why we stress that you observe the COVID protocols. A reminder to you to continue to wear your mask properly, to obtain and to observe social distancing, and at all times practice good sanitizing practices. Now we move to an attorney at law who was Minister of Housing and Lands from 2008 to 2013, reaped great success in providing housing solutions to hundreds of Barbadians. His ministerial performance continued when he was appointed as the Minister of Transport and Works in 2013, as he maintained and developed Barbados' infrastructure and transportation systems. An avid supporter of sports and culture in Barbados, his love for people and natural leadership skills saw a new dynamic style of representation with initiatives such as the formation of the St. Philip Carnival Committee. He's always put the needs of his constituents first and pledges to continue to do so as the Democratic Labour Party makes one Barbados a reality. Welcome, Attorney at Law, Michael Lashley.
And Philip, no! Michael Lashley represent you. So do remember, step up early and vote. Cause you know when you go and vote, that's how you're gonna get your support. DAK on the ready, St. Philip North on the ready, Church Village Crew on the ready. Vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lash, Lily. Vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lash, Lily. Call him the boss, the poor people governor, man with the plan for each and every one. Mike is ready for your situation. Welcome everybody.
Good night. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. I already have St. Philip North on lock. Neil Marshall, he also got St. Philip South on lock. And what can I say about Dr. Esmith? St. Philip West is on lock. This election is about preserving democracy. And you must go to your numbers and vote for the Democratic Labour Party. Let us get rid of the dictatorship. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
Vote for Michael Lash, Lily. Vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lash, Lily. Yes, the Bayfield massive, them ready. And the Long Bay family, them ready. Just
Easily one of the most dynamic members of Showcase Team 2022. No stranger to having been a member of Parliament for St. Philip West for 15 years. Described as a multifaceted medical doctor who has degrees in surgery. But did you know he also has a musician's heart and is highly skilled in economics? He strongly believes in the principles of freedom, equality, tolerance, and the separation of powers as fundamental premises of our democracy. And he loves to engage with people and finds it easy to do. So much so that he returns to represent the constituency and the people of St. Philip West. You know who I mean. You know I'm referring to Dr. David Estwick.
The best pick is Esway. The best pick is Esway. Tell me who's the best pick? David Esway.
Make way for the people's champ, the only ones in Philip West one. Tell me who's the best pick? David Esway. St. Philip people know this is true. Eswick always for you. Tell me who's the best pick? David Esway.
What is wonderful because
Them bunch of people on the other side thought that we were dead and buried. But we are not dead and buried. We are arisen and stronger. Like Barnabas Collins, we gonna suck the blood. We gonna suck the blood. I want you to always remember this. The great Winston Churchill made these two statements that I want you to always remember. They said, success is not final. They thought because they won the election and we lost, that they will be winning all the time. They don't understand. But he went on to say this. He went on to say this. That any country that surrenders disappear. But a country that continues to fight rises again. The Democratic Labour Party continue to fight, and we have risen again. And all I can ask you to do is stand firm with this great party and its leadership, and let us send a message to them. Enough is enough. We will not stand for no dictators in Barbados. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
This next individual knows how to train you for your optimum performance. A trained teacher with 30 years of experience, he is also a qualified athletics coach. And in his 35 years on the job, he's achieved outstanding results with the likes of world champion Ryan Brathwaite, Shane Brathwaite, Keir Beckles, and others. In fact, it was under his astute leadership that Barbados' netballers soared to some of the greatest heights at the international level. His many students love his down-to-earth attitude, yet he has been firm as a teacher and a coach. He originated from the parish of St. Lucie, but moved with his family to Six Men's in St. Peter after he lost their home in the fire. Coach always says that even though the move meant starting over, it also meant learning determination and grit from an early age. His community life began in Six Men's with the coaching of football coupled with organizing health and wellness initiatives, such as hikes and beach adventures. He learned about the importance of sharing both stories as well as the catch of the day from the fisher folk. That spirit of sharing and giving back has followed him to this day, and now he wants to share his adult life with the good people of St. Peter as the next representative of the constituency. The people of St. Peter are loyal. It is time to reward that loyalty with a true community man who knows you and you know him, working together to succeed. It is time to put on the podium Coach Owen Babb.
Good night, DLP family. Good night. What a reunion of the DLP. What a reunion. Are you fed up with what has happened in the last 3 years? Are you disturbed with words like dictator and dictatorship? Are you tired of hearing about a despot and despotism? Well, we have to do something about it on January 19th. And I want them to hear that. I want them to understand that Barbados is a democracy, and it will return onto the democracy under the Democratic Labour Party. Good night and God bless.
His education was at the St. Andrews Boys School and the Alleyne School, and then the Barbados Community College. And after completing his studies, he pursued many small businesses that were successful. Now he's continuing with the time and the support of various organizations like the St. Andrew Parish Independence Committee, Nascimento Sports Club, and the Isolation Cavaliers Sports Club. To represent the parish of St. Andrew, he's poised as the best person for the job. It is time to welcome Odwin Skeet.
DLP, we voting DLP.
This is my man. This is my man.
Behold how good and pleasant it is for brethren and brethren to dwell in precious unity. It is like the oil of Hermon run down from the beard of his shirt right down to the skirt of his garment. Tonight I want to thank each and every one of you for taking time over your schedules to come here with us, the dear loving people of the Democratic Labour Party. And I want not only the people of the Democratic Labour Party, but each and every one that is Barbadian, each and every citizen, each and every resident, the things that we hold so dear. You are the person that will become the craftsman of your fate. This election is to determine your fate. Go out on January 19th from 6 in the morning. Follow the COVID-19 protocols. Take along your friends and your family. Encourage your workmates. Encourage your church folk. But make sure that you go out on January the 19th to deliver a resounding victory for each and every one that is representing the Democratic Labour Party. Because not representing the Democratic Labour Party is letting your children and your children's future go in an unprecedented fashion. I say this to you tonight. You have a responsibility at hand. Take not this election lightly. Go out and give true and adequate representation to each and every one. We are bringing a new breed of politics, a new dispensation of politicians to the people of Barbados. And we want to give you just, true, and true representation each and every turn. Go out on January 19th and vote Democratic Labour Party from morning till evening. Good night and God bless you. One love, one people, one Barbados, one Barbados, one love.
One Barbados, united as a must. For sure you can trust.
A safe seat for the Barbados Labour Party. In this election, the parish and constituency of St. Thomas has the privileged opportunity to elect a new representative, signaling a new start. And with ever greater promise, now is the time for the right choice, and that choice must be Rolrick Hines. Though born in St. Andrew in the rural parish of St. Thomas, this boy, like others in the village, went to St. Andrew's Primary School, and his smarts and intelligence led him to the Lord School. He crafted his years in graduating at the University of the West Indies with a Bachelor of Science in Biology and Chemistry. Tonight, he brings all of his acumen to the stage to let you know that he intends to do his best and to get the seat of St. Thomas. Welcome, Dr. Rolrick Hines.
DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of you.
Hi, good night. My name is Rory Hines. I'm the candidate for St. Thomas. St. Thomas has been with us for too long, since I was a little baby, 41 years. Is it 1971? And now it's time to come home. So I want you to vote for me for St. Thomas. Vote for Rory Hines. Good night to you, and I love you. Good night.
We got the plan to save this nation.
As a university-trained sociologist, Charles World sees a clear absence of the people from the decision-making process in this constituency, and it is this manifestation that he intends to remove and make absolutely certain that his constituency is properly representative. He is no stranger to leadership, something which began at St. Leonard's Boys' School. He is a veteran of financial services sector professional and a certified life health insurance professional as well. This evening, we are proud to present before you Charles World for the St. James North constituency in the move towards one Barbados.
DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP. DLP for all of you. We going.
Hackett Hall. Good night, members of the Democratic Labour Party and its supporters. Good night, friends and family. Tonight, I want to appoint each and every one of you messengers for the Democratic Labour Party and its candidates. We have a job to do, and we need your help speaking to each and every person that you come in contact with. On the 19th of January, we have a date with destiny.
and you have to play an important role in that date. For we must be able to declare victory and to bring to the people of Barbados the support, the success, and the solutions that they need. Thank you. Look forward to seeing you out there. Good night to you.
Together we stand with the Democratic Labour Party.
For the candidate of St. James Central, Paul Gibson's joy is in helping others to succeed, and he does this through his involvement in community-based outreach programs. He's lived in Jamaica for over 15 years and knows of the hardships and gun violence, and intends that nothing such should prosper in Barbados. Educated at Deacon's Primary School, the Ellerslie School, and the Barbados Community College, he went on to the University of Technology in Jamaica, where he got his first degree in pharmacy. And he's advanced his professional studies in the areas of marketing, business, and communications. Now he pledges to represent St. James Central. Please welcome to the stage, Paul Gibson.
St. James Central! If you want people over politics, then Paul is the man. Paul is the man. If you want visionary leadership, then Paul is the man. Paul is the man. If you want a family representative, then Paul is the man.
Good night, Democratic Labour Party family! Tonight is a victorious night, a night for celebration, a night for unity. I want us to remember that we are here for the long haul, that we have rebuilt, we have policies and plans, and that we are ready. We are ready. And the people of St. James Central, I am committed to building jobs and creating opportunities for young people to advance themselves and to be ready for the opportunities that we will create when we establish those new industries right here in Barbados. I want to give God all the glory tonight. I want to give him all the thanks. And I want us to give a victory cry at the count of 3. I want to hear you shout to the top of your voice tonight. 1, 2, 3, victory!
A believer in the benefits of education, our next candidate attended the Alexander School and Community College and studied for his first degree at the University of the West Indies. He was also afforded the opportunity to study overseas at the University of California and at the Yearwood Law School. Not born with a gold spoon in his mouth, he's always worked hard as he knew what it was like for a struggling mother to support him. But like our candidates tonight, he's pulled himself up and honored his mother and his community. And so he endeavors to represent with distinction the constituency that he wishes to represent. Please welcome to the stage, Dr. Ronnie Yearwood.
DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you, mommy.
Good night, Barbados. Good night to the audience here. Good night to those watching at home, and good night, St. James South. Good night to my Democratic Labour Party family, the dear loving people. I want to thank you for coming out tonight, and I just want to remind you to come out to vote on January the 19th. In these same numbers, come out to vote for your representatives in all the constituencies for the Democratic Labour Party, and vote for me in St. James South. Thank you.
Gospel has always been at the bedrock of Barbados music, and this evening we are about to be entertained by one of the finest. To represent in the realm of gospel, please welcome to the stage, Neesha Woodz.
Good night, Barbados! Hey! If you know this song, I want you to sing with me tonight. Oh, see, hear my cry, oh Lord.
attend unto my prayer. Oh, from the ends of the earth will I cry unto thee. Oh, but when my heart is overwhelmed, only the Jesus lead me to the that is higher than I. Oh, that is higher than I. Oh, see, for thou hast been a shelter for me. Oh, and a strong tower from the enemy. Oh, see, when my heart is overwhelmed, only the Jesus lead me to the that is higher than I. Come on. Oh, that is higher than I. For thou hast been, oh, for thou hast been a shelter for me. Oh, and a strong tower from the enemy. Oh, see, when my heart is overwhelmed, only the Jesus lead me to the that is higher than I. Oh, that is higher than I. Oh, it is raining. It is raining. Come on. All around. Oh, I can feel it. I can feel it. Oh, it's a latter rain. Oh, so ride on Jesus. Give us glory. Give us glory. Until we are wet, until we are soaked in the latter rain. I can hear it tonight. It's raining. See, it is raining all around. Oh, can you feel it? I can feel it. Oh, it's a latter rain. Oh, so ride on Jesus. Give us glory. Until we are wet, until we are soaked, until we are wet, until we are soaked, until we are wet, wet, wet. How you feeling? Soak. Tell me how you feel. Wet, wet, wet. How you feeling? Soak. Wet, wet, wet. Wet, wet, wet. How you feeling? Soak. Wet, wet, wet. Wet, wet, wet. Soaked in the latter rain. Come on and help me sing this one. We got the victory. We got the victory. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. We got the victory. We got the victory. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. We got the victory. We got the victory. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. We got the victory. We got the victory. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Oh, every knee shall bow and every tongue confess that Jesus is Lord. That Jesus is Lord. Every knee shall bow and every tongue confess that Jesus is Lord. Come on, help me say. Satan defeated. Say. Satan defeated. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Satan defeated. Satan defeated. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Satan defeated. Satan defeated. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Satan defeated. Satan defeated. Every knee, every knee. Oh, every knee shall bow and every tongue confess that Jesus is Lord. That Jesus is Lord. Every knee shall bow and every tongue confess that Jesus is Lord. That Jesus is Lord. Every knee shall bow and every tongue confess that Jesus is Lord. That Jesus is Lord. Every knee shall bow and every tongue confess that Jesus is Lord. That Jesus is Lord. God bless you. Thank you.
Lovely, 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 lovely.
How appropriate it is that Neesha Woodz should perform before the presentation of the president of the Democratic Labour Party. Educated at Harrison College, she was the 1991 Barbados Exhibition awardee, one who completed her tertiary education at the University of Southampton, where she gained a Bachelor of Science degree in Politics and Law with upper second-class honors. She would go further to continue her education, entering Queen Mary College of the University of London, where she achieved a merit in the Master of Laws degree, specializing in criminology and criminal justice. Though she qualified to practice in England and Wales in 1996, she instead chose to return to Barbados, where she was called to the local bar in 2000. And to this day, she practices from Charlton Chambers. As a public service and servant, she has been a member of the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation presentation team on legal matters, as well as she chaired the National Insurance Board Severance Tribunal for 10 years. The maximum of service before South propelled Verla DePeiza to take on the task of leading a team intent on rebuilding the Democratic Labour Party. The party that now rises like a phoenix from the ashes and is in fighting form to face a premature election. Please welcome, with a look to one Barbados, governed by one team, led by party president, it is time to welcome Verla DePeiza.
Vote, Verla, vote, Verla, vote. We need a prime minister representing simplicity, and Verla will make it happen. Verla will make it happen. We need a true leader to help St. Lucie, and Verla will make it happen. Verla will make it happen. We need clean water and not that time back. Verla will make it happen. Verla will make it happen. We need a gemstone, not a flintstone. Verla will make it happen. Verla will make it happen.
Good night, DLP family. Good night, Barbados. They say that a day is a long time in politics, but 3.5 years was a lifetime in the desert of politics in Barbados. And one by one, each constituency marching home for the Democratic Labour Party. All of us pulling together Team DLP because there is a common goal to save Barbados from the despotic Barbados Labour Party. The Democratic Labour Party is on course for victory. As far as my eye can see, the cars are parked. This is a drive-in event. As far as my eye can see, the people are here. The Democratic Labour Party's people have come back home. St. Lucie's daughter will bring it home, and I look forward to walking with you every step of the way after the 19th of January. I thank you very, very much for staying with us along this journey, and we will continue to pull together to raise this country up one more time. I thank you.
Your time is up now. Your time is up now. Your time is up right
At this time, we hand the meeting over to our Master of Ceremonies, Rennette Dimmott and Nicholas Alleyne.
polite. Ready? Ready? Good evening. I am almost as delighted as all of you to introduce the candidate for St. Michael Southeast, Mr. Pedro Ricardo Shepherd. Mr. Shepherd has a consistent, fine track record of 34 years in education in Barbados. Many know of him as a trade unionist of Barbados Union of Teachers, which he has led on several occasions. Additionally, he has also served on the Board of Congress of Trade Unions and Staff Associations of Barbados, respectively, as Vice President. Mr. Shepherd was highly respected in his leadership roles of the Caribbean Union of Teachers. In retrospect, he was given the mandate of the member of the Young Democrats, where he served as Vice President and President. He also served on the Executive Council and General Council of the Democratic Labour Party. Please welcome Mr. Pedro Shepherd.
Roll call. Rodney Grant, absent. Patrick Tannis, absent. Santia Bradshaw, MIA, missing in action.
Good evening to the residents of Haggett Hall and the surrounding districts of Map Hill, Lower Burney, Mount Friendship, Pastor Road, Titchbourne, Belgully, Map Hill. A special good evening to all those joining us at home and in the diaspora on the various social media platforms. Also those tuning in on 99.5 FM. My name is Pedro Ricardo Shepherd, and I am the Democratic Labour Party candidate for the constituency of St. Michael Southeast in this upcoming general election. As per my introduction, it is clear that I have spent the better part of my life as an educator and a trade unionist in the service of people. These two vocations and my humble upbringing have shaped me into the person you see before you tonight. A man who knows the importance of service to others and country. A man who is a problem solver. Tonight, I want to speak to you on education in the first instance, and I want to give you some indication as to where the Democratic Labour Party left education in Barbados in 2018, pre-COVID, and what has happened since then. We therefore must assess if we are to report fairly on the performance of the minister. I therefore want to take a few minutes of my allotted time to share with you what Ronald Jones and the Democratic Labour Party left in 2018. Between 2008 and 2018, the Democratic Labour Party government had done major work at the St. Ambrose Primary School, the Ann Hill School, built an information technology wing at Harrison's College,
constructed a hardcore at Princess Margaret and Frederick Smith schools, built a new auditorium at Darrell Jordan, refurbished the Edna Nichols Center, provided expanded playing field at West Terrace, constructed labs at Grantley Adams, constructed a language center at the Barbados Community College, built 14 new classrooms at the Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute, built 24 new classrooms at the Lodge School, constructed a state-of-the-art auditorium, science labs, and a new administration block there as well. We also constructed several nursery schools, including Olga Miller, Maria Holder Government Hill, Maria Holder Gall Hill, and several others across Barbados. In my own constituency of St. Michael Southeast, we built a 24 classroom block at the Parkinson Memorial School, introduced the postgraduate diploma in educational leadership, increased the student revolving loan fund for eligible students to $100,000, trained teachers in autism spectrum disorders and behavioral interventions, and developed a certificate course in special needs education at the Erdeston Training College. The outgoing minister came and found a well-prepared wicket and had at least 7 offshore medical schools operating here in Barbados. As president of the Barbados Union of Teachers, I fought long and hard to ensure that teachers who were eligible for appointment got them. It was a tough battle, but they got them. We were able to secure 746 appointments for primary school teachers in Barbados and over 300 at the secondary level. All this when I was the president of the Barbados Union of Teachers and a member of the Democratic Labour Party. I took the opportunity to fight my party to ensure that my people get their due. This is only but part of our record in education and what Bradshaw had to work from. It appears to me that Bradshaw did not learn anything from being in the Parliament during the period 2008 to 2018. On being appointed minister in May of 2018, all the gains in education started to diminish. Her focus was more on getting the opportunity to act as Prime Minister than to deliver in education. It was about glitz and glamour, smoke screens and mirrors. It was all about optics, ladies and gentlemen. It was about her. She ignored the best technical and professional advice from her ministry staff. She has been able to demoralize that staff and has placed education in its worst position since 1966. Of course, she was leaning heavily on parental support. Her mismanagement of the CXC scenario, the replacement of the common entrance examination to the execution of online education during the pandemic has been a catastrophic failure. She has also failed the constituents of St. Michael Southeast. She was a double failure as minister and parliamentary representative. Tonight, I speak to you as an educator and former president of the largest teachers' trade union in Barbados. I am here tonight to present you with an assessment of my opponent and to issue a report card on the performance of the current but outgoing representative of the constituency of St. Michael Southeast, who happens to be the outgoing Minister of Education. In order to put her report card in context,
I earlier highlighted the benchmark for her portfolio. You heard a few of the accomplishments of her predecessor, Ronald Jones. The expanded nursery schools from 5 to 12, an increase of more than 100% of the original number. The expanded number of schools providing post-secondary education by introducing 6 form classes at 5 secondary schools. When we came to office, there were only 4. The Blackman and Gollop School multi-purpose facility was also constructed during our time. Today, we all know how instrumental that school was in this administration's COVID-19 response. The introduction of more CVQ subjects being offered at the secondary level. These programs mentioned above and the other initiatives were undertaken by the DLP administration. They were well executed and provided much educational growth and development for this country. In comparison, Ms. Bradshaw's report as Minister of Education is the following. And listen carefully. Construction of schools, 0. A failing grade. Provision of educational leadership to her ministry, 0. A failing grade. Handling of the move to online delivery of education, another failing grade. In the comment section of this report, it is written that she has not a clue what to do. She believes the solution is in procuring devices. Could have done much better. Handling of the Barbados Secondary School examination, more commonly known as common entrance, another failing grade. In the comment section of the report, it reads, promise to replace the common entrance 3 years ago with something better. Has failed to grapple with basics when it comes to assessment and transfers to secondary school. Respect for and interactions with teachers, principals, and the unions, another failing grade. Written in the comments on the report, has determined that she will do as she likes and disrespect the unions by meeting students, parents, and other interest groups first. Destroyed labor relations at the level of schools, interfered with the management of boards, unions, including C2SAB. She intervened. She sought to micromanage boards at the Princess Margaret Secondary School, the Dighton Griffith Secondary School, and other secondary schools. For 3 years, my opponent spent her time destroying the culture in the Ministry of Education. After 2 years into this pandemic, and absolutely no progress in education, she has now decided to give principals some autonomy in making their plans for each school. As you can imagine, this resulted in schools operating in several different ways. There was no upfront leadership coming from the ministry for 3 years, and therefore, parents, students, teachers, and principals often had to wait until the entire country was being informed to find out major things like the start and end dates for the school term. Sad to say, as we head into the second school term for the academic year 2021 to 2022, we are still seeing mismanagement,
misdirection, lack of engagement, uncooperative stance, and above all, the arrogance of the minister. However, God is good, and he has provided Barbados with an opportunity to put an end to that. He is saying to you to go out there in your numbers and vote from 6 till 6 and return the Democratic Labour Party to office in Barbados. We need to get our children back into school safely and allow our teachers to teach face-to-face in the best way they know how. Without any consultation or any definite plan in mind, Ms. Bradshaw boldly announced that the common entrance will quickly be gotten rid of. Now, with another examination on the horizon since the start of the pandemic, the exam is still here. What makes matters worse is that for both times since the pandemic, the only thing we got from the exam was added drama and stress for teachers, students, and parents. And as we know, many teachers are also parents, hence double drama and double stress. One would think that the pandemic offered a perfect opportunity to abolish the examination, and if perchance their alternative was a failure, then they could easily have blamed it on the pandemic. So where are we in this? Class 4 students and their parents in a quandary, limping along in a new year, hoping that the ministry will confirm whether there will be or will not be an 11+ examination. All this is happening while the minister danced as the election was announced. She couldn't wait to be relieved of her ministry and the burden of being a member of parliament. She has been telling constituents the prime minister had her too busy for her to see them. Imagine. Ms. Bradshaw continues to use the unions as a convenience and not an important stakeholder. The evidence is there. This goes hand in hand with how the Barbados Labour Party views trade unions and trade unionists. Well, as you know, I am not one that has done their bidding. I will never be of that ilk. I just hope that there were more like me. But I would let you, the good people of Barbados, be the judge of that. This final part of Bradshaw's report card deals with her representation for the people of St. Michael Southeast constituency. Her absence has left many asking, have you seen her? Tell me, have you seen her? She has to be marked absent. She has not been present in her constituency enough for me to make a conclusive report on her performance. So coming to you, the good people of Haggett Hall, I will put too often absent on her report card. Next to this category, I would also want you to decide. Persons associated with Wilkie Cumberbatch Primary, education in general, and the trade union movement know me to be a hard worker. You cannot pretend to be a hard worker. You either are or you are not. I never ran away from hard work, from school days in the garden, to days working on a plantation cutting canes, to the classroom, trekking from St. Philip to the Pine to fulfill my duties as an educator, to confront the powers
that be so as to promote the rights of teachers across this island. So come out on January 19th from 6 till 6. Wear your mask, sanitize, and follow all COVID protocols. But make sure you put your X next to the hard-working shepherd. Spread the word. Tell your friends and your family. You can mark me present for the constituency of St. Michael Southeast. Good night. God bless you. God bless the Democratic Labour Party. And God bless Barbados. One people, one Barbados.
Vote for the keys. Petrol is demand for me now. Vote for the keys. Vote for the keys. Turn to take back the community now. Vote for the keys. Vote for the keys. Petrol is demand for me. Vote for the keys. Vote for the keys.
Good night. That is one report card I would not want to take home to my parents. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you tonight a young man who is purpose-driven, who has a passion and a pride. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce Dr. Ronnie Yearwood.
DLP, we voting DLP. DLP, we voting DLP. We going with DLP. One Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP.
Good evening, leader of the Democratic Labour Party, Ms. Verla DePeiza, fellow candidates, Democratic Labour Party family, Barbadians at home and abroad. First, I want to thank the constituents of St. James South. You have opened your hearts and your homes to me and my family. It is an honor to stand here as your candidate and come January 19th, the Member of Parliament for St. James South. I want to thank my mom, my wife, and my son. It is because of them I'm able to be here with you tonight. Today marks a remarkable time for the outstanding institution that is the Democratic Labour Party that has given such great service to Barbados. This party responded to a national call for something new with independence in the 1960s, representing a voice for change. Now, this great party once again is being called to rise to a similar challenge. The country faces not only threats from COVID, but from rising and unsustainable debt, and a creeping undermining of our democracy as we know it. I've heard Mayor Motley warning against voting for members of this party because, as she and other members of the other party have stated, they want all 30 seats. What utter rubbish and self-centeredness when it should be about you, the people of Barbados. How can anyone, claim that they care about Barbados, but their actions deceive their actual intent, because they're intent on destroying the fabric of our democracy? Just take a look at the Constitution of Barbados. It was designed to have a government and an opposition, and it works best that way. This party, this country, the world as we know it, is at a crossroads. COVID has laid bare the problems of our current systems. I'm not going to belabor you with the points of that, but you live it every day. Just this morning, I was on Brass Stats responding to a constituent in St. James South. Their question was about accessing government services. My response is that basic government services should be decentralized. Things like your driver's license, passports, other registrations should happen at the post office. It wouldn't be too difficult, but if you live in St. James South, you know that there's no longer a post office at West Terrace, and the residents were not informed or consulted, and there's no temporary post office for the elderly in my constituency. So we live the problems of this government every day. You live it, I live it, we're all tired. COVID has added to that sense of powerlessness and hopelessness. And that's not being poetic. The Caribbean and Barbados is on track to become the poorest region by 2050. We got a hint a few days ago when it was noted that national insurance will run out of money in 20 years. Therefore, many of you listening now, here and at home, will not be able to enjoy or afford a retirement the way that our parents did. Basically, the independent project that Albaro and this Democratic Labour Party conceive will fail unless we do something about it. This does not have to be our story. We require the urgency of now. We, the Democratic Labour Party, as we did at independence, can now shape and change the story of the country for the benefit of all Barbadians. For in my father's house there are many rooms. If that were not so, I would have told you it was not so. There's a space for everyone in the family of the Democratic Labour Party. Trust that we are a slate of bold, new, fresh candidates, a Democratic Labour Party set to bring one Barbados for all Barbadians. I decided to join and be a member of this party and willingly accepted the candidature for St. James South for one very, very, very simple reason. I love my country and deeply care about its people. And this party, the Democratic Labour Party, loves and cares about Barbados and its people. I see great things for this party. I see great things for our country. I want this political institution, the institution that I'm part of, to serve the country that I love and that I care deeply about. A country which has empowered me, and now I want to be in a position to empower you. Gone will be the days when the political conversation will be about people's personalities. It has to be about one Barbados. This is a time to talk about policy, and how we get things done. It is that simple. This is a time about substance, not sound bites. Our future is not made in the past. I don't have to tell you that. Barbadians, you can vote for your future. I ask you to vote for the Democratic Labour Party. Vote for a chance to walk in the sun again. Vote for change. Tonight and every night, it is not about cursing and antics that turn off so many people from politics. In fact, it turns me off from politics. What we are going to be about tonight and every night for the rest of this campaign, we will tell you how we will make your lives better, because this is a Democratic Labour Party that cares about you. I want to do something really quickly, and anyone who knows me, this is probably one of my favorite words. I'm going to unpack the current government. Even the most strident, ardent, passionate supporter of Mayor Montley would admit that she can't get anything done. In fact, Mayor Montley probably couldn't organize a tea party for 2 people. A lot of talk, but little happens. I often find myself smiling when I read the Prime Minister's speeches, not because the delivery is not excellent, but because it must take a special personality to live in such glorious contradictions. The cognitive dissonance is real. I guess that's what happens when you spend so many years practicing old politics. This is the same Mayor Montley who disregarded and disrespected a whole country in determining the form of republic that we were supposed to become, but flies about the world talking about democracy and how the world ignores small countries. I guess she now knows how it feels to be voiceless and powerless in a space where people and institutions should care about you. Because we are working harder for less these days. We pay more for taxes. The cost of living keeps rising. But what is the role of the government? People have no jobs. They cannot feed their families. They cannot pay their rent. They cannot pay their light and water bills. Where are the new ideas and the purpose of the current government? Perhaps this government will be remembered for the first female prime minister in history and winning all the seats and creating a brand of politics that feeds party elites and consultants. Yet, with all the blunders, the government's legacy will be, Mayor Montley's legacy will be and is disappointment. ID cards, none. Schools opened, no. And let me say this personally. If my 11-month-old son was of school age, I would not be sitting quietly with the current school situation. I do not understand how parents and stakeholders are watching Santia Bradshaw as she destroys education and the future of their children in this country. Where is your righteous anger? Now you have the same Santia Bradshaw and Mayor Montley telling you about abolishing 11+, and still we have no clear plan on education reform or development in this country. So education reform, no reform. Economic diversification, no reform. Governance, no reform. New jobs, none. So let me tell you how we can get this done. And I want to focus on a few things very quickly. First, I want to talk about your rights. It has been stated by the COVID unit, the Electoral Boundaries Commission, that persons with COVID cannot vote. That is morally wrong, and it is not justifiable. It is plain wrong and wickedness. It is disenfranchisement, plain and simple, and I challenge anybody in Barbados to tell me any differently. Though it is clear that your right to vote is indirectly recognized in the Constitution of Barbados, it is time that your right to vote is directly protected in the Constitution of Barbados. It is not something that should be left to chance or discussion or a COVID unit or the Electoral Boundaries Commission or some lecturer or anybody or the government to tamper with. It should be protected by the Constitution of Barbados. Second, I want to talk about how we're going to kickstart the economy, new service zones, and a new economy. Kickstarting the economy of Barbados will require large capital and lots of money. We have a shrinking tax base. Heavy borrowing is also unsustainable, and as Antigua shows, given the recent interview with Ambassador Sanders, we did not have to be in this position. Antigua is growing in the midst of a pandemic while we are declining. The government needs to stop blaming COVID, stand up, man up, woman up, and take responsibilities for where Barbados is today. Now, if we are supposed to exit the IMF program sometime in the new financial year and return to some normal growth, as Mayor Motley has suggested, why is there no ease for Barbadians? Is the IMF program going to be extended? Tell us. Is the growth that Mayor Motley talked about just the usual talk, no action? Because every single dollar that is paid out in debt servicing is money that is not spent on you, it is money that is not spent on your children, it is money that is not spent building schools, it is money that is not spent building roads. So how are we going to do this? How are we going to bring new jobs, new services to the economy of Barbados? One way, as I mentioned, are special economic service zones. They exist in the world, particularly in China, Southeast Asia. Governments can establish these zones to generate export activity and attract foreign direct investment with the aim to boost employment and development in Barbados. These new zones will go beyond the typical 1980s exploitative free trade zones where you had low-paid wage labor using factories to assemble products. Today's newer zones would focus on high-value added industry, utilizing and recognizing the fact that Barbados' educational system is stellar in terms of the university level. These special zones would aim to attract domestic and foreign investment from the diaspora. They may include areas such as high technology, manufacturing, medical cannabis, creative industries, renewable energy, fintech, software design, law, and arbitration services. But what is important about this new economy and these new service zones is that any project in development for Barbados must empower Barbadians, and it must provide opportunities for all Barbadians. At the moment, the Barbados Labour Party seems to be throwing ideas out there, hoping something sticks, and nothing is sticking. The point is that these service zones can provide economic empowerment for you and your family and provide a basis for a new economy. It is also not just about providing jobs, because you must have opportunities to create your own jobs, create your own businesses, and sustain your family to pass wealth down from one generation to the next generation to the next generation. The creation of these special high-tech economic zones should include the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill, and it should be at the heart of these zones, which would mean that St. James South can be a hub for talent, housing, green spaces, providing employment, not only for my constituents, but for new graduates and for all Barbadians. We must explore how the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill can be the equivalent of the Silicon Valley or Stanford University. We must do these things to provide jobs for you and your family so you are empowered and you're not waiting on politicians for handouts, because it is about a hand up and not a handout. Finally, I want to talk to you about universal basic income and how this can be part of our reform of governance and economy and welfare in Barbados. I have seen in other parts of the press some weeks ago statements by government advisor, Mr. Prasad, which I guess is the equivalent of the voice of the government or of Mayor Motley speaking. Well, I'll take that. Because what Mr. Prasad said, he clearly does not understand what is a universal basic income, or he was trying to mislead. You know, either way, not sure which is worse. He talked about reverse tax credits and free education and how these things amount or they lead to a universal basic income or we're moving towards it. That is not correct. That is utter rubbish. A reverse tax credit is more administrative heavy, bureaucratic, and requires thresholds for you to qualify. It is not what a universal basic income is about. A universal basic income is basically a modest, regular payment, cash, it could be on an account, to individuals. It is universal, unconditional, and it comes directly to you. So, the power of the idea is in its simplicity, in that it can replace various forms of welfare, food vouchers, hampers, bus fare grants, uniform grants, benevolent funds, part rent payments, all of those things. So at its core, what universal basic income does, it empowers the individual. You have choice over your life and the ability to change your family situation. And I want to reflect on this as a candidate and as a candidate for St. James South. And I want to explain to you briefly why I think this is a powerful idea and why I think it's important to change our politics and get rid of the mendicant, client, state nature of our politics so we can get a new politics. Because too much of our politics gives members of parliament power over your lives, literally deciding if you can eat, if you have bus fare, if you can send your kids to school, if you can pay your rent. That is not right. You should not be a member of parliament for 30 or 20 years bragging about how you still support a people. That is not empowerment. We have to empower people so they have control over their lives, because people will not be dependent on a universal, when you have a universal basic income, and they're not tied to a politician to meet their basic needs. If people want or need their basic needs met, it should be that they make the decisions about it. So if we're serious about empowering people, then we must get serious and do the things necessary. I've heard too many horror stories in my constituency about people not getting help because of who they voted for. Ridiculous, unjust, and just plain wrong. Therefore, a universal basic income is a way to change this relationship. Why should anyone in 2022 be begging a politician for anything in Barbados? And we can afford it. We can afford it by amalgamating existing welfare programs in the range of $300 million. The bottom line is, it's about priorities, and our priorities are not about consultants. I just want to let you know we are on your side. I am on your side. There is a room in the Democratic Labour Party house for you. Remember, if it were not so, I would have told you. We will let optimism win the day. We will let new ideas win the day. Let us walk in the sun together. We can walk in the sun together. The Democratic Labour Party is ready. We are ready to serve you. We are ready to fight for your issues. We are ready for the change that you want. We are ready for a victory on 19th of January. We can get this done. Go out and vote for the Democratic Labour Party.
Together we stand with the Democratic Labour Party. One Barbados, united a must. For sure you can trust the Democratic Labour Party.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next representative for St. James South, Dr. Ronnie Yearwood. Put your hands together for him. What an excellent presentation tonight, ladies and gentlemen. This Democratic Labour Party has a plan, and you've heard tonight our two speakers that the plan to take this Barbados back and to get us forward. Our next speaker I want to introduce tonight is a young man. He came into the party after the 2018 election, and he has hit the ground running. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce Ryan Walters.
Somebody sing Walters, sing Walters, sing Walters, Walters. Say we winning with Walters, winning. I say we winning with Walters, winning.
Yes, Derek. Comrades, ladies and gentlemen, Barbados, again, good night. Greetings from St. Michael Northwest once more. And the message tonight is that St. Michael Northwest is winning with Walters. I am elated to be here tonight, to be part of this move to resuscitate the Democratic Labour Party. This is a journey to regain the trust of the people of Barbados. I want to assure each and every one of you watching this stream at home, each and one of you that can hear my voice, each and one of you standing here tonight, that you can place your confidence in this team of candidates led by our President, Verla DePeiza. Ladies and gentlemen, this election is about new leadership, new politics, a renewed interest in representation, fresh new ideas, and reclaiming our democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, governance is about the choices you make. It is the poor policies and double standards of this Barbados Labour Party government that has hurt the working class and small businesses in this country for the last 3.5 years, not COVID. In coming to office, they promised you tax relief. You remember that? You remember the tax relief? But when they got control of the government, a garbage tax was introduced, sewage tax was introduced, and it was placed on your water bill. And in many cases, you are paying more in taxes than you are paying for water usage. Is that tax relief? They increased bus fares on the backs of working class people who have been finding it very difficult to make ends meet. People had to rationalize and even give up jobs because it made no sense for them to take 2 buses to and from work. Is that tax relief? Fuel tax replaced road tax. And you are paying double what you would pay with the road tax regime. Is that tax relief? But on the other side, there's something else happening. When all of us are burdened with taxes, all of you at home, all of you here, something on the other side was occurring. The NSRL was removed in Barbados. Did you see any prices on the shelves come down? So who got the benefit? If the prices on the shelves did not come down, if the government did not earn the revenue because the tax is no more, who got the benefit? $1 billion in value-added tax that you paid in and that was collected on behalf of the government from you. $1 billion that was also withheld from the Democratic Labour Party previous administration. Study it. Do you know what we could have done with $1 billion between 2008 and 2018? But that was withheld. And when Mayor Motley became Prime Minister, she wrote it off and told them, you don't have to pay. Who got the tax relief? Corporation tax was lowered from 30% to 5% and below. But still, no prices came down. No wages went up. Who got the benefit of the tax relief? Ladies and gentlemen, this has nothing to do with COVID. What I spoke about just now was everything pre-COVID. You hear people talking about 2 Barbadoses. I will break it down. COVID arrived in Barbados. And you, the citizens of Barbados, who were unemployed, underemployed, national insurance benefits exhausted, had to wait 11 months for a bag of food from this government. One care package, 11 months after all of your hardship. 11 months after COVID came, small business owners were shut. Lockdowns, curfews, COVID protocols. You were not allowed to earn a penny. And all you received was $250 a week for 2 weeks after almost a year of earning no income in this country. But on the other side, 6 months after COVID hit, preparations were made for a select few. $300 million was placed in a BEST program. But who was the BEST program for? About 20 to 25 businesses would get the benefit of $300 million, while you, small business people, and the taxpayers of this country will get a care package and $250. And do not let them tell you about securing jobs in the hotel sector, because it saved 2,000 jobs in the hotel sector, and every job is important, so we welcome that. But small businesses in this country account for 45,000 jobs. So why was no priority given to that micro and small business sector? Let them come and defend that. It didn't stop there, ladies and gentlemen. A man and his wife were arrested for selling vegetables. A constituent in St. Michael Northwest was also arrested, and wrongfully so. Small shops had to close while large businesses were open. Mass-free dining and drinking was allowed at high-end restaurants and small community shops in St. Michael Northwest and all your constituencies across this country had to shut. The government purchased off uniforms for large retailers and manufacturers when there was no school. But what happened to the small man operating in the mall and in small street that sell bags, sell shoes, sell school supplies? Nothing for them. All over Barbados, including St. Michael Northwest, flooded with taxi men trying to make $1. And they had to watch the tour companies drive the tours out to the terminal. The list is long, and I cannot continue with it tonight because my time is short. But are there 2 Barbadoses? Are there 2 Barbadoses? I can't hear you. The false narrative about this pandemic affecting small businesses need to be exposed. As I said before, it is the poor policies and double standards of this government that has hurt us all, not coronavirus. Ladies and gentlemen, we must change the way we look at small business. If we do small business right, we will reward the economy. We will reward the economy. And more importantly, we will improve the lives of regular citizens in this country. The Democratic Labour Party, when we form the next government, we will encourage and support entrepreneurship in Barbados. The current regime of financing micro businesses in this country is to undercapitalize these businesses. You cannot paint every business with the same brush. How could you tell every single startup, every single micro business that they will get X amount only? What you are saying is that you have a policy that covers everybody. The reality is all are not created equal. Every business is unique. Some call for more capital injection if they have to buy equipment, etc., and others may call for more operating cash flow. A man or a woman wanted to start a cut shop, cannot even buy a fridge, a stove, and a deep freeze with the $5,000 they are offering. The Democratic Labour Party will not seek to undervalue or undercapitalize your business, do not matter how small it is. The Democratic Labour Party will not limit your financing for your business to just $5,000. The financing needs of your business will be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. And we will evaluate your business, and based on your requirements, we will give you enough money to make you succeed. We will not set you up for failure, and we will not give you a penny so that we can get your vote. Yes. Let us start prices in Barbados. The Barbados Labour Party government, by way of not intervening on the importation of goods in this country, has allowed prices to skyrocket. The Democratic Labour Party will take the bold step to intervene because we have the interests of regular, ordinary Bajans at heart. Let us face it. No Barbados government controls the cost of materials or products at source. No Barbados government, unless they invest in a shipping company, can control the cost of freight of goods to Barbados. Do not be fooled by the conversation on the other side that they will cap freight costs. The retailers for long has been asking for the exclusion of freight costs from the calculation of duties and taxes. And the Democratic Labour Party tonight is telling you that we will exclude and waive freight costs from the calculation of import duties and taxes, because we intend to make life in Barbados easier for you to live here. We will go a step further. We will reduce import duties on a wide range of select goods, making them more affordable to you. Prices will come down under the Democratic Labour Party. The Democratic Labour Party also recognizes and acknowledges that the price of fuel internationally has risen to unbearable levels. Major central banks anticipate that they will start to fall again around October of 2022. But you must understand that this Barbados Labour Party government that has been handling your affairs have ignored your plight to reduce the cost of fuel in this country. And they blame it on the cost internationally. But they have influence on the cost. There are import duties, there's VAT, there are terminal fees, and they have done nothing. But I am telling you tonight that when the Democratic Labour Party forms the next government, we will reduce we are going to get this right. We will reduce the excise tax on fuel at the pump by up to 25 cents per litre, because it is under the government's control, and we will do that for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am really out of time, but I want to let you know that the Democratic Labour Party stands committed to a one Barbados. Our policies will reflect that we intend to carry every person, young or old, every business, micro, small, medium, or large, along on this journey. Join us and pull together as we present one Barbados. Go out on January 19th and vote for the Democratic Labour Party. Thank you.
Yeah. It is an honor to introduce the candidate for St. Michael's Central, Mr. Courie Cox, and the spokesperson on labor. Cox is very concerned about the following areas under the current administration: the current industrial impasse regarding nurses, the impact of COVID-19 on workers in Barbados, high unemployment, vaccine mandates, and the introduction of the employment contracts for senior positions in the public service. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Courie Cox.
Pleasant. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The river going on, man. It is indeed a pleasure to be here tonight. Good night once again to all of you across the length and the breadth of Barbados, throughout the diaspora, all those watching us online, this is Democratic Labour Party time. I'm telling you. When I really think that this election has been called too soon, this could not have been called sooner. We should have had it a little closer to Christmas, Derek. 3.5 years that we are here. I call this the greatest betrayal since they stopped selling fish and fish cakes. They talk, and they talk themselves into winning the government, and all they have done is let down the poor and the vulnerable in this society. We have the opportunity tonight to right all of our wrongs, and it is indeed an honor to see all the blue and yellow who have stayed with us throughout the thickest of times, the lowest of times, and we are still here standing tonight. Many of you saw me on Channel 8 in 2018 in May. Some of my friends told me, boy, if it was you, I would have told them I want to go and pass, I want to disappear. But telling me, nah, I don't run. Day that's run till night catch it. The longest ground has its head roll. And we are now at that point. It is now up to us to bring home those votes. This morning I got up and I saw a notification on my phone saying the Prime Minister is concerned about people voting for opposition. You can imagine people are so self-absorbed that they don't even want the opposition. They feel like they're dealing with a bunch of retards. Never again must we allow the imbalance which currently exists, or has existed for the last 3.5 years in the lower house of parliament, ladies and gentlemen. The Democratic Labour Party must have a voice on behalf of the people in parliament. If they can't get through, they should go and let Verla come through. If there got any nurses in this crowd tonight, I want to say good night to all of you. Because what is going on is wrong. It is wrong. It is vindictive. It is wicked. A big trade unionist man in front of me here, Derek. You ever thought in your life you would see so many trade union leaders stand up with a government against the trade union? We salute so many leaders in this country, so many heroes for standing up and fighting for rights, for people back in the day. Oh no, we here by Bussa. We made heroes out of these people. But now we want to castigate the nurses. The one voice for the workers in this country has been that young man. Lord, they see, to be honest with you, the only one who fight about a fight was he. But now they want to do, look at, you know only a year ago or a year some nurses in this country were supposed to be heroes. That's why I tell people, don't get caught up with the sweet talk, you know. When you're young and you're courting, the sweet talk will swing to your head. But when you become mature, that can't kill you. Let action speak. And we are seeing their actions. Because what are they saying to us? I have the right so I can duck when I pay, man. At some point when they go get hungry and give up and fall back in line. We don't know in this country of Barbados you're gonna love nursing to be a nurse. You don't get cross, you know. You got to love nursing to be a nurse. Inadequate PPE gear. The late night shifts, you can't have reliable transportation to get home. Late nights, the storeroom locked, so if you run out of stuff, you can't even get it. Not to mention the low pay. And then you wonder about the exodus of the nurses, or why there is an exodus. We can't continue to change political parties and change politicians and get the same results over and over. We've got to stop it. And that is why I am proud to stand tonight with these young, seasoned, experienced, but yet still some young, exciting, educated individuals who have put themselves forward to represent this party. I come to Youth Parliament, Young Democrats, the whole gamut. So tonight is like a graduation for me, ladies and gentlemen. Who wanted to quit? Quit. Who you
see standing or those with true hearts are champions. They brought in some Ghanaians, some nurses from Ghana. You can imagine the nurses in this country crying out for increase in salary. Can't get none, you know. They can't even get the hazard pay. And that was only $20, you know. And you know they're brought in these nurses and they're being paid more than the local nurses at the hospital? These people can be for real? Huh? Pure destruction as far as staff morale is concerned. Staff motivation. And you got local nurses in there working double shifts and all kind of things. Are you ain't guessing this? But you got nurse friends. And then you got the audacity to ignore the nurses. When you want to go to the polls, vote with the nurses in mind. Vote with the policemen in mind. We don't let no whole fire station in town. You know, we speak about urban areas, densely populated areas. A fire station in the city is just as important as one at the airport. So don't be take for a man, you know, take less than 2 minutes. If they take a minute or two to get in the city, well-being in the city, they can now take 5. These are the kind of things happening to poor people in this country. There's a lot of things that we go and vote for. I look forward to this day from 2018, believe me when I tell you all that. I will never forget the night in 2018. And that is why I am so excited when January the 19th come here. Every place you go in this country, people are just saying, I won't want to get back in. I wish you guys well. I always say, make a central on the ground. I don't waste time. Because we got a mission and we got to stay focused. Don't get distracted, keep with the energy. Because the Democratic Labour Party must be returned to the House of Parliament. You know this party coming. They speak about transparency, consultations. I don't know who they're consulting with. They're probably consulting with the consultants who are hiring by consultancies. But they consulting with us. They say they're going to put senior public servants, senior public officers on a contract. And they promise they will have dialogue with the representatives of the workers. I mean, come on, ladies and gentlemen, we got to show the workers in this country respect. They go ahead and they start putting them on appointment, or contract, sorry, without the dialogue. And the president has to do something all about up and down. Still asking for this consultation, for this dialogue. We vote for these people, you know. I don't know if these people take a parliamentary term lasts forever. Because when you're going to come back to the same people that you're disrespecting. And when they get back to them, tell them when you got there for one up and vote out. How do you change fundamental terms of the contract? The terms and conditions of workers in this country without talking to the representatives? A country now where we seem to have no fair unions. None. Who to speak on your behalf? That's why I kept noise in St. George North, you know. Because I knew it was a fundamental mistake to vote that woman into the House of Parliament. In this environment, no fair union leader should be sitting with the government. Especially when you lead one of the biggest fair unions in this country. The biggest. That's when the heads of workers are struggling. And she ain't got beep to say. The other day they got the audacity to call out the president, call out this body. They want everybody to come out and give an opinion on this whole nurse and they pass. You can't hear nothing from that man from St. Peter. And if the living say, better vote you too, because we want our member in the house. They kept so much noise together, watching workers struggling, and all of a sudden they got nothing to say. It is one thing for adults to be hungry. But you see when you got little picnics in your house, that's a different ball game. But she's Auntie Mia, so she got kids on her dirt. We have to do better. But they will get out here and tell you, oh, we raised the minimum wage. And I spoke about this, you know, because it is okay to speak about raising the minimum wage, but you must then turn and protect the same employees who will face unemployment and being laid off, because business people will obviously try to protect the bottom line, because a raise the minimum wage is a raise the operating costs. So when they're on the platforms and they chop it up and down, oh, we raised the minimum wage for the first time in 10 years. But they ain't telling about the amount of workers and they've always been cut. So they're getting the same money. Thank God for that announcement from Ray Waters that we'll get reduced gas prices. Because the water bill going up, as my man here shouting, gas going up, and don't fool themselves, you don't like getting it too. Don't forget the Prime Minister said to us, there will be some serious decisions to be taken after elections. But you can tell winner, we were going to be foolish to vote for somebody that want to have serious discussions after an election. You want a serious discussion, let me have it first. And you're putting the more words over my eyes. We have the opportunity come January 19th, ladies and gentlemen, to do something about this. Look at the hotel workers. Get unemployment for 40 weeks. But who in some instances for a whole year. So when your unemployment finish, what you do? They can't get a job. The unemployment run out. They give you one care package. After this morning, I can't sit, so she can't say, and the woman tell me, you know when they open the cornmeal flour, how they rebuilds? Correct. The garbage can is not good, but an empty dirt. There are no more than $300 million available to the tourism business people. Some of the same money that they wrote off, that they owe to the NAS, our money, by the way, they could have made some of that money available to the same workers who are unemployed under the last Democratic Labour Party administration. We increased unemployment benefits from 26 weeks to 40. God bless Dr. Bayaseko, wherever she is. That was the worst pandemic at that point. Under what we now recognize as an even worse pandemic recession, you don't think that we should have had some kind of stimulus package to go for the unemployed workers? You know how many people in this country have not worked in 2021? Especially the creatives. So many consultants. We have some no creative ideas. Do not take your votes lightly. Come January 19th, ladies and gentlemen. Let us ensure if we're living in St. Michael Central, vote for Courie Cox. If we don't live down there, but we got friends and family down there, tell them vote for me, because that man he down there loitering too. Collecting a salary on the backs of poor people. Up this morning, when about getting people free empty bags and balloons out. A lot of stupidness. We're gonna deal with substance. But I can tell you all something. Because the nurses in this country, I can tell you something. If by any chance, not even if by any chance, when Verla DePeiza and her team claim those steps of Parliament, women will not be left out. one of the first things we intend to do is to ensure that we address the nurses in this country and what they are going through. My heart bleeds for the nurses tonight. The issues of the nurses, ladies and gentlemen. A new Democratic Labour Party administration will provide the nurses with the conditions of work, uniforms and equipment, compensation that they have been agitating for. All these will be phased in the beginning, in the first 14 months, on the first 14 days on the job, and completed within the first 12 months, ladies and gentlemen, of this new DLP administration. We will commit to ensuring that all public servants are paid on time. Don't forget that part, on time. Because what has happened to the pensioners for Christmas and some of the public servants was bad too. We will commit to ensuring that all public servants are paid on time by making administrative and financial system changes that are required to put the dignity of workers working and not being paid behind us as a nation, ladies and gentlemen. I say to you, come January the 19th, from 6 in the morning till 6 p.m., I would love to spend one night here with you all, but go and vote. Vote for the Democratic Labour Party. Vote that we be returned to the House of Parliament. This is a COVID election. The lines may seem longer than they actually are because it's 3 feet distancing, but don't be dismayed. Don't give up. Yellow and blue, come out and represent for the crew. Because Verla and company, we going to Parliament. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next representative for St. Michael Central, Courie Cox. Courie spoke about MPs loitering, and we have one here in St. Michael East who was fired. Couldn't get the job done, incompetent, files piling up on his desk. Ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker I want to introduce to you tonight, the best tourism minister we've ever had in this country, the next representative for St. Michael South Central, welcome, Mr. Richard Seeley.
Well, when the best with Marsha, I can tell. Well, Seeley no lie. Who up the Seeley and breathe? Who up the Seeley and breathe? He's the man for we. Who up the Seeley and breathe?
Good night. Good night. Good night, folks, comrades, colleagues, friends. Indeed, well-wishers. I am told the crowd estimate is somewhere in the vicinity of 5,000, not including those online. And that is important because all elections are important. But this one especially so. Because the exercise of your democratic franchise is really important in the face of allegations of despotism and wannabe dictators. You have to take a stand against that. And you have to make sure that your ex counts. Democracy is too precious. And we have to take a stand during this election, albeit it was a reckless act to call this election during the pandemic, but democracy is at stake. And so I encourage you to support this team of young, bright Barbadians. You heard the ideas tonight, and you're gonna hear a lot more during the course of this campaign. Bright, energetic young people who want to serve this country. And I am proud to be associated with this team, and I look forward to working with them at pulling this country out of the hole it's in and taking it to previously unreached levels. The Democratic Labour Party has always been at the vanguard of the economic and social development for decades. Our founder father, the father of independence, the father of this country, the Right Excellent Earl Walton Barrow, seized the moment to be the architect of social cohesion for our country and laid a foundation upon which successive governments have built. And we have become the envy of the world because of what we have been able to achieve. There has never been any doubt until now that we all desired for Barbados a certain type of country where it was just. And all right-thinking and fair-minded Barbadians have been concerned or are concerned with what is taking place presently. We can't seem to get anything moving. The cry of the big businessman, the cry of the small businessman, the cry of the highly paid manager, the cry of the unemployed youth is, nothing happening in Barbados. But something is happening for some. And it is that dichotomy, the two Barbadoses, is why this Democratic Labour Party had to theme its campaign in 2022 simply by saying, look, vote DLP for one Barbados. Charles Dickens, of course, had a story about a tale of two cities, written in the 19th century. And he mentioned it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. So imagine yourself living in the 19th century that Charles Dickens was writing about and thinking he could very well be talking about current Barbados, a tale of two Barbadoses. The only thing, of course, is that Charles Dickens was fictional. This real talk, as Courie Cox would say. Real talk. We're living at a time where a political party can destroy the savings of pensioners, in essence by defaulting on all of the savings instruments upon assuming office. Where a government can create an economic recovery plan for the too few, as Dennis Kelman used to say, basically friends and family, and not for the entire populace. We are seeing things that just don't make sense. You heard from our very able spokesman on small business about the differential treatment during the lockdown for large supermarkets versus the corner shop. You heard from our spokesman on labor just now, Courie Cox, on the way the nurses were treated. Can you imagine we importing houses from China? Structural systems. What about all of the masons, able carpenters, competent electricians, competent plumbers, good contractors, small businessmen that have to pay for trucks and bobcats, can't pay the utilities, can't pay rent, and you can't get a housing program going that involves them? The Democratic Labour Party had hundreds of houses under construction. What is the problem if this government is so good, so great, and they have all this ability? Ability at what? Ability to curse people at night, because that's all they seem to be good at doing? You imagine the same government that had to ask the local contractors to build a facility in 4 months, gave people independence awards, They could build a COVID facility in 4 months. But we got to bring the Chinese here to build houses. I said the tale of two Barbadoses. And the reason why we need a government that understands there's only one Barbados. The local contractors can deal with a facility for the China virus, as Donald Trump used to call it. But the Chinese got to come here to build houses for you and me and everybody to live in. Something is wrong. So I want to know, what Barbados are we really living in? You have a best program for hoteliers, $300 million. Because the pandemic hit the hoteliers hard. I had ministerial responsibility for tourism, and I know it's not easy running a hotel. But you know what? It's not easy working in a restaurant or being a housekeeper or being on the front line of tourism. The tourism workers were treated the worst during the pandemic, had to wait months to get their severance. Something is wrong with that. Two Barbadoses, apparently. One for the owners of capital, and one for those who sell their labor to capital. And that can't continue. We want one Barbados under the Democratic Labour Party. And that's what we are about. So why did the Prime Minister call elections so early? By her own admission, all that we are doing here is an act of irresponsibility. According to her, well, she said campaigning would be reckless and irresponsible during the pandemic. What changed? And I want to know, what is it? Is it the eager 17 that apparently we're getting ready to make a move? I must tell you, I was on the ABC highway on the 27th of December, leaving my friend Bull Holder that runs a mechanical workshop not too far from here, going over with my parents. I see M50 fly past me. Well, I thought Mott's had left on the bay and she going to a little drinky dewy for Christmas. Well, why not the woman going to Government House to dissolve Parliament fly past me? Two days after Christmas, you still got ham left on the ham bone, sorrel in the fridge. The Pancho Crema didn't start to go off yet. You know, it's go off kind of quick sometimes. We still in the Christmas feeling, and she rushed up to Government House to dissolve Parliament. Ask yourself what is so urgent. And if it is not the eager 17, and it has to do with the economic picture, let's look at what the IMF said in its last Article 4 consultation. Their words, not mine. Government will need an ambitious fiscal adjustment of 6% of GDP going forward from 2022 to 2025. Now, when you hear the Prime Minister at the nomination center at St. Michael Northeast talking about choices and tough decisions, that's what she's talking about, though. Our current IMF program will end in October of this year. It was a 4-year program. It started October 2018. Based on all of the indicators, we probably will have to go in another program. And I don't think that one is going to be as accommodating as this one. So the simple question is, what is it you plan to do in this IMF program that is about to be implemented? Are you imposing more taxes on people who are already overtaxed? I see that the silly season, in keeping with that adjective, has seen her talk about providing land tax relief. Mind you, having put land taxes on top of people early in the term, now coming back to correct the wrong that you did and calling it an election promise. But we need to know, what is it that you plan to implement within this IMF program or beyond the IMF program that has so scared you that you felt you had to have an election first? Could it be you plan to sell off statutory corporations? I'm just asking questions. Don't go and say, and the media say that Richard Seeley said they're going to privatize this or privatize that. I asking a question. 60-odd state-owned enterprises, and the IMF has always, even when we were in government, had some concerns about whether or not Barbados can afford to subsidize these enterprises. Is it that you plan to sell these things off? And if you're selling them, who are you selling them to? Friends and family? And if you're selling them, what about the workers? Are they going to be retrenched? Don't they have families to feed? How many people will be on the bread line? That is a question. I am not saying anybody going on the bread line, but come and explain. I want to know what other draconian measures are planned. And there's one in particular that should concern all of you, some directly, but everybody indirectly. Pension reform. Not only the last Article 4 consultation, but the last three have all insisted that government must engage in pension reform. Now, if the same report is complaining about the fiscal situation, in essence, we're spending too much money, and you're pushing pension reform, there's only one thing it means. They want to cut pensions. Am I to understand the long-held view that the Barbados government or the bill for pensions is too high? And come out and tell the pensioners of this country and tell the families affected by pension income, the households that rely on that, what is it you plan to do? I'm asking questions. I'm asking questions because the macroeconomic indicators are not good. The question of the National Insurance Scheme, it was not in the greatest of shape even from before COVID. How do you plan to recapitalize it? Where is the money coming from? More deductions from workers? Or are you going to worsen an already bad fiscal situation in government? How are we going to protect pensioners so they can make ends meet in an environment where the cost of living is horrid? I genuinely want to know what the government plans are. What are we doing about the international business sector that we rely so heavily on for corporate taxes? Given that we're going to move that tax rate to 15%, are we going to wipe out that sector altogether? Putting further pressure on tourism to earn foreign exchange? And tourism itself is in such a mess, I don't even want to talk about tourism. There was a time when we used to have 10 and 12 aircraft at that airport full of people because we were working hard. We now have a situation where the government of PR celebrating inaugurals, going up there with a tuck band, more people in the tuck band than on the plane that coming off now, the tourists that coming off. That's what the industry has come to now. I want to know something else that the IMF raised. This White Oak thing, White Oak deal that the government doesn't like to talk about. The government of transparency, they should tell the truth about White Oak. They can't. They're going to keep certain details. But the restructuring, the debt restructuring, according to the IMF, it has devastated the balance sheet of the central bank. What is being done to stabilize that? So we can see, time and time again, far from unifying this country, this government has done a lot to divide it. They spent 3.5 years dividing this country. And now we are hearing that an election will unify us. That's hogwash. The divisions are too distinct, and this government is found wanting. And therefore, if we want to unify the country, it's not a general election during a pandemic that will unify us. It is electing a Democratic Labour Party government that will unify us. The government has decided which businesses should prosper and which should flounder. They have created a tale of two Barbaduses. Who should get contracts and who should not? A vote for the Democratic Labour Party, of course, is a vote in mending that social fabric that I spoke about earlier. It has been ruptured. This social fabric that for generations, even previous Barbados Labour Party administrations, they did some foolishness, but they didn't rupture the social fabric that Errol Barrow gave us. And we now have the task, once again, because it's always the Democratic Labour Party that has to come in and repair. And I therefore think that new policies to create significant opportunities to restructure our economic situation will allow us to develop our physical and human resources and create a better Barbados. We believe that these opportunities can be achieved through a sensible policy mix. We also believe that a DLP government will see one Barbados once again, one that will allow every Barbadian to have an equal chance to develop without being intimidated. The vote is in your hands, and by your acts, you can decide what kind of country you want for your children and your children's children. We have a situation where the debt to GDP is at 150%, the highest in the region. Jamaica's number 2 at 106%. Your children and their children have to pay for that. So, ladies and gentlemen, one Barbados, you need to get up early on the 19th of January and go to the polls and support the Democratic Labour Party. Stay safe and be secure in the knowledge that hope still lives and we can get this country back together again. Thank you very much. God bless.
Yeah, make money that burn so breathe. Walk the ceiling and breathe. He's the man for we. Walk the ceiling and breathe. Walk the ceiling and breathe. Walk the ceiling and breathe.
It is with great admiration that I present to you tonight President Verla DePeiza and candidate for St. Lucie. Her vision for Barbados is rooted in these 5 E's: the economy, effective governance, entrepreneurship, energy, and the environment. Her focus is on Barbados and reshaping the economy to facilitate growth and development for all citizens of Barbados. Let's welcome the next representative for St. Lucie and the next Prime Minister of Barbados, this great nation, President Verla DePeiza.
And Verla will make it happen. Verla will make it happen. We need a true leader to help St. Lucie. And Verla will make it happen. Verla will make it happen. We need clean water. And not that time.
Good night again. So glad that you stayed with us. Even though we are shaving close to our curfew. But imagine that we are conducting a general election in such straitened circumstances as a curfew. But because I want you all to get home safely, and because there's someone coming after me that I want you to hear, I am not going to keep you too long. Now, when I came out earlier, I made a little snafu, all right? When I was speaking about the despotic government. I'm not worried about it because I know that in the lives that you lead on a daily basis, you know exactly who I am talking about. You know exactly which administration has visited misery on your life for the last 3.5 years. And you know exactly who you voted out of office on the 19th of January. And I can tell you that that is a small slip compared to getting in front of the media and telling the whole country that we don't need an opposition. We stand not just with the name Democratic Labour Party, but with the absolute commitment to democratic processes in this country. And part of that is making a mistake every now and then. Is to own them and learn from them. And that is why I'm going to take a little minute and deviate from my speech and talk about my comrade Domery. Domery Williams, a young candidate, was vilified on social media. I kept calling to make sure she was okay. Okay? Domery was equal to the situation. She apologized. She is, as one person on social media said, on record as the first politician ever to apologize to the people of Barbados. Because all who call people rat boxies, we have heard no apology from them. All who call people nanny goats, we have heard no apology from them. Comrade Domery Williams, let me tell you, I know that I speak on behalf of the whole of the Democratic Labour Party and the whole of Barbados to tell you that when you make a mistake and you apologize, you are a big person. That is what is important. She has a long political future, and that has them worried. That is what the problem is for them. But you know that tonight we stand here under the awesome shadow of Bussa. A man who stood up and fought against oppression. A man who lost his life to make sure that the rest of his people could live better. And I am not suggesting tonight that anybody's life is in danger. But most certainly, we can feel that undercurrent. We can feel the pressure. We are experiencing a moment in time like no other, when we can say with certainty that all that we know up unto this time is under threat. And it is not that you don't want to change, but if change is not for the better, then you have to reject it. All right? And you see all the examples. The latest one for me was their manifesto. All right? On the face of it, one huge face and a bunch of little satellites that you can't even make out, as though their contribution is not of any importance. That is not leadership. Leadership allows people to grow. Leadership allows participation. That is not leadership. And that is definitely not what this country wants or what this country needs. We must have a time in Barbados when we are thinking consistently about how we make those next steps in nation building. Because we have had some stumbles along the way. But as I said, you have to learn from your mistakes and move forward. And I don't have to tell you about the mistake of 2018. Because we are living in a time and we are watching things happen to suggest that we must never do that again. I am not falling either for the talk about voting in an opposition unless you're talking about the other side. I'm not playing for second place. And seeing all of you come out tonight, I am satisfied that you are not playing for second place. So I join with my comrade Richard Seeley in imploring our Democratic Labour Party family, our dear loving people, to come back home and come out and vote, because this country is depending on you. It is a reasonable assumption, given all that we have seen, to believe that they want a low voter turnout. In the middle of a pandemic, when our old people and those with NCDs are nervous about coming outside, voter suppression, potential for it, by not making provisions for citizens to vote. All of these need our people to take a leaf out of the book of our national hero, Bussa, and stand up for what is right. But tonight, I really want to have a serious conversation with you, because we really and truly are in a crunch time. We have come to this election at a time when we have come to the end almost of an IMF arrangement. An arrangement that had, since its inception on the 1st of October 2018, some provisions that have not yet been met. Again, Comrade Richard Seeley is correct. Pensions is one of them. And they continually kick that can down the road without realizing that the road was a dead end. It was going to come to a full stop at some point in time. So I want for the government of the day, the sun having almost set on their term, to tell the people of Barbados what is the real position with pensions. Some things are worth repeating. And I want them, instead of promising people things that they already have, because if the newspapers are to be believed, they're promising that some people will not have any land tax to pay. Well, quite frankly, that has been the case for several years. So you can't promise people what they have. That was like another speech where she was telling people about being global citizens, but you already are. Right? Instead of spending time doing that, I would like for the outgoing administration to be upfront with the people of Barbados as to what our true financial position is. But because we in the Democratic Labour Party have to ready ourselves for any eventuality, what we have decided to do, and I'm certain you were listening very closely tonight to each one of our speakers and recognizing that they were giving you nuggets of what is to come. But what I want to do tonight is to set some parameters, because it does not make sense unless all you are chasing is an X. It does not make sense to make wild promises and put them in a manifesto and tear up people's minds, and then the reality is something completely different. And quite frankly, I don't even know why they came out with a brand new manifesto when the one from 2018 is chock full of things that are yet to be done. They should have changed the cover and keep the provisions of that last manifesto. But that having been said, it is not possible to simply shoot in the dark when it comes to the finances of our country. And going forward, we really need to be holding ourselves, because our leaders come from amongst us. We need to be holding ourselves accountable. And that accountability has got to be built into our legislative framework. So we need to be making a box. And within that box, any number can play. But if you step outside of that box, you are in dangerous waters. And these are times when fiscal responsibility has got to be the critical issue. We know that we have to offer stimulus packages because our people are hurting and our businesses are suffering. And the small businesses in particular, the micro, small, and medium-sized businesses that you heard Comrade Ryan speak to this evening, we know that they are hurting. And Comrade Courie, on behalf of the workers, has been agitating relentlessly. So we know that there is pain in the society and that it is our responsibility as your leader to help ease that pain. But any stimulus package that you create has still to have an eye to the future. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't make sense to engage in wildcat borrowing like we have seen. Putting a millstone about the necks of the next generation and maybe the generation after that. It has got to be that we take stock of where we are and make some hard-nosed calls, yes, but also to make room. And the way to do that is to create a framework. We know that we have to develop the country, but we don't have to do it at breakneck pace. We need to do it in a managed and measured way. And that is really the message of the Democratic Labour Party going forward. It is when you are rushing headlong that you leave people behind. And if we are going to stand on a platform of one Barbados, then we have to be considering how it is that we make that balance happen. So there are not going to be any loose promises just to catch you for a moment. Everything that you heard tonight is specifically geared towards allowing you to have a little bit more change in your pocket without having to break the bank. Because then our economy gets to circulate. And it is that movement in the economy that allows for growth. It allows for each person to have some benefit going around. Not trickling down, but going around. And that is important because we must conduct ourselves in a reasonable manner. And it starts with your government. And so, to this end, a new Democratic Labour Party administration will within 90 days pay attention to particular things. And the reason why the timeline is that long, and I know the questions are going to be asked given what I say next, but the reason that the timeline is as long as 90 days is because this election is called on the cusp of the estimates exercise, which will start next month regardless of who is holding the reins of government and must be concluded by the 31st of March of this year. So we cannot interrupt that calendar, but this is important work. So immediately after, we have to get to work setting about fixing our fiscal space. And the new Democratic Labour Party administration will implement fiscal responsibility laws within that 90-day period. This is critical because we cannot continue in the way that we have been doing. We have to be mindful of the fact that at present, we really only have one revenue generation stream and it is limping along. I don't want to say it is comatose, but it is limping along. So we need to be doing what is necessary to live within our means, to be able to pay for the debt that we do have and the developmental debt that we will have going forward, because we are committed to a primary surplus of 1.5% of GDP. And it is manageable because we're not looking to bite off more than we can chew. And we're not making any wild promises within those parameters. We would expect capital spending, but it must be for productive purposes. That is an imperative for any government going forward. And because we know that we are small and we are still developing despite what others may categorize us as, We have to have an annual debt ceiling so that we keep within manageable targets. And we have right now to be able to give ourselves a little room. So the debt to GDP target will be 60% of GDP, because you don't need to have a little wiggle room. And this sets a landscape for all of the provisions that you will make. But it can't work if you don't have checks and balances. And I don't think there is a Barbadian alive within the hearing of my voice, whether in front of me or online, who is not sick and tired of reading one after the other the Auditor General's reports and having a 15 minutes of fame or infamy, depending on what it contains, and then it peters out. And so, because it is not about traipsing civil servants to account, it is ministerial responsibility. And ministers under a new Democratic Labour Party administration will have to respond to the issues raised in Auditor General's reports. That is an imperative. And within that same time frame, a new Democratic Labour Party administration is committed to the implementation of integrity in public life legislation, because we now have several templates that were passed but never made it to the statute books. So we don't have to go and recreate it. It is there. So it is very possible to achieve within that first 90-day period. And it is time, because our people demand it, and I hear it constantly as I am canvassing on the ground, either in St. Lucie or with others of our team across Barbados. Our people are sick and tired of us, the leaders, playing political football with integrity in public life. It must stop, and it will stop under a new DLP administration. And this new DLP administration will also have a fiscal policy implemented that will anchor debt to GDP at a ratio of 60% by 2035. That gives us some more space, because there are a lot of corrections that are required, and one of them is our consumption taste. We have to make adjustments in our lives. But because all of us will be called upon to make these changes together, we can hold one another's hands on this journey. And it is no intention of ours to leave anybody behind. And this suite of legislation will set those parameters. Those will be the framework of any fiscal plan that we roll out, because we need boundaries. Just like you give your children boundaries, this country needs some boundaries. And we have the courage to stand up and say that it is time that it is done. No wildcat promises in this campaign from the Democratic Labour Party. There will be relief, but the relief will be within the context of our eventual development. So when you hear policies like Comrade Ryan spoke of to give stimulus to businesses, It is because we understand that when they are on an even footing, they can offer more to you in terms of their product. They can offer more in terms of employment. They can offer more to the development of the country and to the satisfaction of their families. And there are some immediate fixes that will assist us. We are under an IMF program. And the IMF has openly stated that it is time for the Forex fee to go. They haven't hidden it. It has served its purpose, and it is time for it to come to an end. A new Democratic Labour Party administration will bring that to an end. That will allow our people who access goods from overseas to let their money go a little further. And there will be other economies of scale that will right that balance. We need to be all on board and paying attention to ourselves. This is the business of the people. So there will be some things that assist the people and some things that assist the government. But guess what? There are also some things that will assist everyone. Because a new Democratic Labour Party administration will also allow a $100,000 foreign exchange allowance to individuals who are trading in financial assets internationally and regionally. And why that is important is because there really is only so much you can invest in Barbados. And as much as we have taught our people to save, we now need to teach our people to invest. That sets us up for the future. And because we are continually looking to make space for investment and the realization of dreams, a new Democratic Labour Party administration will permit credit unions to provide a wider range of financial products and services. We know that they have the liquidity. We also know, because we are credit union members, that they have the interests of our people at heart. We know that they have played a significant role in nation building. And for nothing at all, no cost to government, immediately it will allow those of us amongst us who have dreams and aspirations but empty pockets to match the two together to bring developmental ideas to fruition. And that is an imperative in nation building. We must allow our people the latitude to think long and wide and deeply, because that is how our country grows. The Democratic Labour Party has held very dear to heart, regardless of the climate that we were in, that our people matter. And it cannot be an empty statement. We must have provisions such as you heard tonight that will assist our people to move themselves a step forward. We are short on time tonight, but I want all of you tomorrow, when you open up social media and the barrage of them that come after us want to know if the DLP has anything to say on the economy or any fiscal space, ask them what their government of choice is doing to safeguard the people of Barbados. Ask what the other side is doing to move the country forward. No fly-by-night promises. All doable because you're creating the space for it to be done and for the benefit of our people. That has always been the focus of the Democratic Labour Party. And under this new Democratic Labour Party, with young, nimble, and agile minds leading us, all 30 of us on one mission for a one Barbados, a country united and determined to carry on the dreams of our forefathers and build up the walls on the foundations that they laid for us, and to keep the promises that we made to ourselves along the way, to ensure that our children can also have the space to make their dreams a reality. This is the platform of the Democratic Labour Party. This is the direction of Barbados after the 19th of January. Go out in your numbers on that day. Stay 6 feet apart. Wear your mask. Carry your sanitizer. Take your own pen and mark that X for your Democratic Labour Party candidate from 6 in the morning till 6 in the evening, and stay up with the rest of us as we watch the votes come in. And join us in George Street as we take that victory lap, because I have no doubt from what I see before me that our people are ready for the Democratic Labour Party again, and we will not let you down ever. This is our solemn promise going forward, that you will remain at the forefront of our minds, and we will be committed to you. You stay committed to us. I thank you.
Our next Prime Minister of Barbados and candidate for St. Lucie, Ms. Verla DePeiza. Come on, my God. Our next speaker tonight needs no introduction. He's responsible for the wide road networks being done in St. Philip North. I welcome on stage Michael Lashley, QC.
And Philip North, Michael Lashley represent you. So don't remember, step out early and vote. Cause you know when you go out and vote, that's how you're gonna get your support. Aha. DLP on a ready, yes. St. Philip North on a ready, yes. Church Village Crew on a ready.
Good night. Good night to the people. Haggett Hall, surrounding districts. I'm here to present the closing arguments for the Democratic Labour Party tonight. I've looked on my cell phone about 5 minutes ago, and I realized that the Barbados Labour Party said that they're going to bring a housing revolution to this country of 10,000 houses in 5 years. But look at what existed, or what is in existence now, for the Barbados Labour Party as part of their housing program. We had 3 ministers of housing in 3 years. We had George Payne, we had Dugade, and we had somebody else. I can't even remember them because they got so much ministers that you can't even remember them. They got a minister for Courie and one for Sargassum and Seaweed. So many ministers. So let me say to you tonight that I want you to look at the housing program of the Barbados Labour Party. I classify it as a Chinese housing policy. I say that because at a time in Barbados when people need housing, when people need land,
when people need affordable housing, the Barbados Labour Party decided to bring in Chinese prefab housing in this country. What is happening to the small contractors? What is happening to the electrical workers? What is happening to the carpenters? What's happening to the masons and the laborers? Look what the Democratic Labour Party, look at our housing program. Look what we did in housing. We went to Parliament and we set aside a $40 million loan for small contractors. Listen to me very carefully. The $40 million was set up to help small contractors to build housing at Lancaster 1, Lancaster 2, and Parish Land, and all other areas at Treeside Road. We went to Parliament because we understand the role of small contractors in the building industry. We decided also that there are persons living in housing units, and we implemented a housing program that involved, if you live in a housing unit for 20 years, you will get that unit free. We then went to Parliament and passed the transfer of free terrace units in Parliament. That allows us to transfer the units easily to people who live in them for more than 5 years. Now, we then decided that we are going to purchase land at $5 a square foot because we recognize that before that, that land in Barbados were out of the reach of ordinary Barbadians. And we decided to go, we went all over Barbados, utilizing the Land Acquisition Act. We acquired lands at Poole in St. Land, in St. John, Henley in St. John, Vineyard in St. Philip, all over Barbados, about 300 house lots. Because we recognize that there are persons in Barbados who will not qualify for housing on the private market and mortgages. What we also did is that we implemented a rent-to-own program. And that rent-to-own program was revolutionary. You talking about housing revolution? Look at our performance in housing. We had an excellent housing program. I'm not praising myself. I have to praise the cabinet. But we had a housing program that touched people. We had a housing program that you could have gone into a house, turn the key, flush a toilet. But what performance, what we can say about the Barbados Labour Party performance in housing? I count 6 houses up there in St. George. I went to Parish Land and I recognized that they're building houses for squatters. So you're not the priority anymore. The maids, the gas station workers, the public servant, the police officers, the teachers, they are not relevant to this administration in terms of housing. The priority is squatters. Imagine that I have so many people who come to my office asking for housing units, asking for land, but you can take up the land up there at Parish Land and give to squatters. Now I understand that you're seeking to solve a social problem. I understand that. I don't have a problem with that. But there are other persons who live in Barbados, lawful, legal, lawful citizens, law-abiding citizens, who have a right to own a piece of this rock. And we are giving land up there to squatters. I'm saying to you tonight, look at our housing program. Look at the performance. And you can say to yourself that you're safe with the Democratic Labour Party and you're not safe with the Barbados Labour Party. I know my time is limited and we're getting close to the curfew. But I want to speak to you about democracy and how we are seeking to preserve democracy. Because you have a duty to go out there with your vote to preserve democracy in this country. We have to end this dictatorship. And let me say to you that you all should know that in the last 2 months, a piece of legislation was passed in this country where the government can now acquire your land. And when it comes to compensation, they will pay you in bonds. The Constitution of this country says that if you acquire land, that you must compensate them fairly and within a reasonable time. But now, persons are about to be dispossessed of their property because you're being paid in bonds. And not only that, there's a time period for you to get payment. It is I think they mature over 42 months, and then there are 42 equal payments, and you are out of your land, you're out of your property that are protected by the Constitution, and you have fundamental rights, and I'm saying to you that this must stop. And I want to say to you that a Democratic Labour Party first order of business should repeal that legislation. Because it's contrary to your fundamental rights. I also want to say to you, look at what the Barbados Labour Party, they have done. You know that the Barbados Labour Party amended the Bail Act. So that if you're charged with one bullet, you have to be remanded to prison without being tried. So you're kept in prison for 2 years with no bail. And you have to wait until your trial begins. Now 30 MPs sat down and signed off on that piece of legislation. And it took a group of lawyers to go to Parliament to urge the court to deem that legislation unconstitutional and illegal. And the court struck it down as being unconstitutional and illegal. But 30 MPs sat down in Parliament, approved it, it went up to the Senate, and it was approved. That is indeed dictatorship. Dictatorship. But I want you to examine the performance of the Barbados Labour Party. I want you to critically analyze what is happening in this country. Because when a prime minister can say that be careful voting for an opposition, to my mind, respectfully, that is really an insult to ordinary Barbadians. Because you have a right under the Constitution to support any political party, go out there and cast your vote anytime for any political party, and you have a duty to protect democracy. You have a duty and to preserve democracy and the rule of law in this country. So I want you to go out there in your numbers. Go out there in your numbers. And, well, in St. Philip, we have it down locked down. We have it down locked down. I understand St. Lucie is locked down too. I understand St. John is locked down. I understand parts of Christ Church is locked down. We need to work together as a team. Bring the base together. Go out there in your votes. Go out there and vote. Mobilize your people in the constituency. Get in your vehicles. Get your people out. The Dems have to come out. We have to save this country from dictatorship. Ladies and gentlemen, my time is short. But I'm saying to you tonight, this is an important election. And indeed, we have to ensure that democracy is protected. Democracy is something that involves all interested parties. It involves consultation, it involves transparency and accountability. We must take over Parliament. And I'm not speaking about any opposition. We have a right to be the government of this country and to save this country and to ensure that all Barbadians benefit from the resources of government. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I see the light is on. But I want to say to you, come up to St. Philip, come up to the north, to the west, and the south, and then we will come down to the other parts to bring home the bacon for the Democratic Labour Party. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lashley. Vote for Michael, vote for Michael, vote for Michael Lashley. Call him the boss, the poor people governor, man with the plan.
On behalf of the President of the Democratic Labour Party, Ms. Verla, DePeiza, on behalf of the Executive, those who will face the electorate on January 19, and all supporters of the Democratic Labour Party, we thank you with great sincerity for coming out for this evening's showcase of Team 2022. Our next meeting shall be the manifesto meeting that is scheduled for Thursday coming at the Wayne Daniel Pavilion and Playing Field. Listen to your radio, follow social media for more details of this meeting. To all those who performed, we want to say thank you. For all of the contestants, we wish you good luck in the march forward to uniting Barbados and restoring Barbados to one Barbados. Good night, God bless, and onward with the Democratic Labour Party.
DLP, Democratic Labour Party. One Barbados, unite is a must. For sure you can trust the Democratic Labour Party. To serve the people, serve the people, serve the people, work for the people. Serve the people, serve the people, serve the people. We going with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP, DLP for all of we. We going with DLP, one Barbados for you and me. We going with DLP, DLP for all.